trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
things look bad, and it looks like you're not gonna make it, and you gotta get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean. Because if you lose your head and you give up, then you neither live nor win. That's just the way it is.
The trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Welcome to VP4 TV. You're watching a Tactical Genius production. Please welcome your commentary team for this match, 9ball.com and Super Admin aka Steve Chapman, CEO and President of Cellaris, Inc. Good luck to both players and have a good one.
Good evening, chaps. It was my headset that was muted, not the mute in XSplit. Welcome everybody. Welcome to VP4 TV. Once again, we're here for yet another final, and the two players are the expected players in the final. Cobra from the UK and Albinario from Sweden. Steve will confirm that later on, Larry. Steve isn't here at the moment, but he will be here later on. The usual reason on a Friday. He said last night he would be here, but he said he won't be here at the start, and I said I know why, because he'll be away golfing, which is what he's doing, and he might be about 90 minutes before he gets here. But anyway, we've got a race to 4. It starts in about 4 minutes' time. Albinario with the upper hand, having been 2-0 down to Cobra, and Cobra having the chance to actually put Albinario to bed by 3-0 in that hot seat match. He didn't do it. Albinario produced the goods when required, ran out the caroms from 90 to 100 and scratched for 101 to get himself into the match to survive at least another rack. But then, of course, he won the next 2. So Cobra will have the scars. They've been in practicing for about half an hour or so. Although Cobra, I think, his mind is on other things, because he was practicing 9-ball yesterday, I noticed. And that's what's next in the pipeline. The tournament has been set. It's dated to start on Thursday the 9th of January. The sign-ups will probably open tonight when Steve gets here. Welcome to Fast Eddie. Welcome to Dwight and Larry and anybody else that's there. Yamaguchi Taru. Steve said he I said, although he's got the tournament set, he hasn't got the picture for it. It's still last year's picture that's there, and he said he was going to upload that, and the tournament should probably go live tonight for the sign-ups. It's 64 maximum field, the usual, and the same settings as the last time, bar for the fact that the 9-ball in the break has been taken out of the game. I much prefer it being in it because I think it adds the excitement, but there's more players prefer not to have it than to have it, so it's been taken out. Let's have a... How long have we got? Well, not long. Quick look at the path to the final. Albinario, all the way through to the final, of course. His first match, comfortable win against Bankster, 3-0. Comfortable win against VP Monster. Bear in mind, VP Monster is the more experienced Cowboy player, but couldn't get the job done. Albinario in round 3, 3 racks to 1 against Wanwa. That was probably a closer match than it looks on paper, in actual fact. And then, of course, Albinario then beat One Pocket Slim 3-0. So Albinario has had a comfortable path to the final. His only real tough match was the hot seat match, which, as we said, he had to come back to win that. Cobra's been a bit more of a battle for him, obviously, because he's new to Cowboy, certainly new to Cowboy on the 10-footer as well. He had a 3-1 win against Bedhead in the first round, which could have been a much tougher match, but he won that one. And then again, a tight match against Derby, 3 racks to 2 in round 2. And then again, 3 racks to 2 against Mr. Fox to get to round, or to get through round 4. And then, of course, the hot seat match with Albinario. So, that's how they got there. Hard to say how it's going to go tonight. Could be entirely different. We just don't know. We'll just have to watch and see how things pan out. The room is up. They've probably lagged off. Oh no, they haven't lagged off. We're waiting on Albinario arriving. Welcome to Tam. We've also got the playoff final tomorrow night for the 9-ball league between Lovely Bunch of Coconuts and 9-ball Shots. So here's hoping both teams turn up, and that's going to kick off at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So Albinario is presumably still in his room, and he'll be getting the audible alert to let him know that the room is up. So the all-important lag for the break, and getting in straight away and putting a score on the board is the objective for whoever is going to win this lag. That's the most important shot in the rack, apart from the scratch and the 1-ball. So we're already 2 minutes into the countdown. 10 minutes to get into the room first time for the start of the match, and anybody loses connection, they've got 5 minutes to get back in, or it times out. And both of these guys shouldn't have any problems with that sort of thing. Welcome to Tommy. So Albinario is playing it cool. He's letting Cobra sweat. Getting back to this update that Larry was talking about, the one thing that was promised is that the update wouldn't be done until this tournament was over, but when we spoke to Steve in the last stream, he still hadn't finished the update. He was still messing about with it, so I don't know how far he's progressed. If I remember, we'll ask him that when he gets here eventually, if he arrives. But as I say, it shouldn't be expected for another hour or so before he gets home from the golf. No, the sign-ups, I think Steve's intention is to open them tonight for the 9-ball World Championships. It starts on February the 9th at 2 AM in the morning UK time. Well, here we go. Now we've got Albinario on the right-hand side. Cobra on the left, of course. And Albinario's, I think, just got the legs. Yeah. So off we go. The 2022 Virtual Cowboy World Championship. And yes, it is Friday the 13th, so it's going to be a nightmare for somebody. So predictions are Albinario 4-1, says Tommy. And immediately Albinario has an open table. Pots of 3. Around the angles, caroms of 5. And Albi, of course, will want to make a statement straight away and try and take this first rack right away from Cobra. Now, with this shot here, he's got to keep a ball live here. This 5 ball's going to the side rail, and if he hits this 1 ball full on, he's going to push it to the bottom rail. So he needs to be careful in how he actually hits the 1 ball. And that's exactly as predicted. He's too gentle, and he got it too full. And now he's going to have to dig out a shot. And that's the only way that shot goes wrong, when you play it too gentle and you catch the 1 ball full in the face. And he's going to have to let loose here with the cue ball. And there you go. And where's the cue ball going? And that's a fail from Albinario. Only 8 points, but you see how easy it is to go wrong. It's not quite as simple as just potting and caroming. You've got to carom the right way to keep that ball alive, whatever ball it's going to be. And Cobra has been let off the hook big time there. So the 5 ball will be next, and then he should just stay up the top there. Cue ball needs to go forward. Albinario will be kicking himself because he could, he probably went to the table there knowing that that's what was likely to happen. But I think he played it too gentle. He didn't want to scratch off it if he hit it half ball, but he needed to get a ball back in play there. And he was just a bit too cautious. Welcome to Mark. And likewise with Cobra having been let off the hook right early on in this rack, he'll want to capitalise on that and inflict some punishment on Albinario. Now the 5 ball spot, and he just needs to go forward. Welcome to Philip. Cowboy. Well, Cowboy is a game played in 3 phases. After you've lagged off for the break, the incoming player has to play the 3 ball first. The 3 ball is on its spot up that end of the table. The 1 ball is on its spot in the kitchen end, and you have to play the 3 ball. Now, this version of Cowboy is called alternate Cowboy. You have to pot a ball, any ball, and you have to carom the next ball. So you'll notice that Cobra at the moment is on a pot. In the top left hand corner of the HUD, it gives you a symbol next to his name as to what his next shot will be. I've always said to Steve that symbol up there isn't exactly that clear, but it does symbolise that a ball has to be potted here. So this first phase runs between 0 and 90. And to get to 90, you have to pot and carom balls until you get to 90, and you must get to 90 exactly. So if you miscount and you go over 90, you'll lose your points, however many points you have at the time on that visit. And once you get to 90, from 90 to 100, you must carom balls only. You can't pot a ball. If you pot a ball, it's a foul, and you will lose any points in the innings. So from 90 to 100, it is carom shots only. And then once you get to 100, the final objective is to scratch off the 1 ball. So you have to put the cue ball legally into a pocket off that 1 ball, but without hitting any other balls, or again it's a foul shot. So the game will explain itself as you watch. So Albinario won the lag, had to break, and only got 8 on the board. And this is Cobra's response. Yeah, exactly what Mark says there. So Cobra is in good shape at the moment. The run is 43. And I think we can safely assume that Cobra won't be taking any risks at running this cue ball for a 3-railer to keep a run going. I think it'd be very unlikely that he will, because he got stung with that in his last match. I think he had a 50-odd run. He had to go for a 3-railer. He then scratched, lost all his points. And I think you won't see him taking any risks, not unless it gets really desperate. But this is shaping up to be severe punishment for Albinario. Now the 5-ball and the 3-ball are getting a wee bit more isolated, so now he has to start thinking here. Now, if he pots the 1-ball, he's going to be running up the table. The 5-ball might be too thin a cut. Yeah, it's way too thin to try and drop that into the side. Now, he might run up and down the table here. No, he's not. He's trying to come inside. He doesn't want to go too close. Now, again, ideally, he would like to hit the rail and kick behind the 3. But that will do. Yeah, it's a game where I mean most billiard games, one way or another, have a risk and reward element to it. Very often in games, the risk and reward side of it is that you might lose a rack by going for a certain shot and failing. In this game, you can certainly lose a rack. It's a lot more difficult for the incoming player in terms of you losing the rack, but the risk side of it is running the cue ball when you've got a good solid run together, and then you scratch. The other risk in Cowboy is forgetting exactly where you are on the scoreboard and been on a good run, and then suddenly you've gone over the 90 and all your points have gone. It can be painful, this game, so you've got to keep your eye on the scoreboard and know exactly where you are and what end of the table you're at, and remember where the ball's going to spot. There's all those factors, and mistakes have been made during the tournament. Cobra's not made any so far. Now again, he's going to have to go the force follow here. Not quite as long as some of them, but these are the ones that are tough. And he's going to catch the back end of it. And he'll settle for that. It's not what he was intending to do, but he's still at the table. Now, I mean, going over to the right-hand side, so if he's going forward and coming across, he might be looking for that 5 to the 3. And that isn't it. He's going to have to draw. Now, there's a danger here. And the danger here is if he gets into this, well, I don't think he can squeeze behind the 3, so he's okay. He's going to be okay as far as that goes. And he's still got a pot. Now he's actually back in good shape here. Now it's a question of whether he wants to get the 3 on its spot, but he's pretty straight in the 3. I mean, he could punch this and go right up the table. It needs to have the legs, and it needs to open up that angle from the 5 to the 3. The run goes to 74, and this will be as gentle as you dare, just to catch the 5, drop onto the 3 and keep the 5 alive rather than putting it to the rail, and I think that's worked out fine. So now this is where he has to be wary of the scoreboard because it's getting close. Welcome to Matt. So that now puts him on 78. And he's got a good carom. Well, I say a good carom. He's going to have to probably jack up a bit here on this 3 ball. I don't know whether he can. He's got to get into a wee bit. And he's still got choices. Now, the obvious thing here is that if he pots the 1, with the angle he has, he can go forward and come into a line to give him a choice of the 1 to the 3 or the 1 to the 5. But at some point, if he pots the 5, the 5's going to go on the spot and he'll have an easy carom set up with the 3. So he's staying top end. He's now on 89. I'm just going to make a note of Albinario's first visit. Well, that was what, 8, wasn't it? And Cobra's still going. What did I say? 89. My eyes have gone. He's an 81. He was an 80. So there we go. The 3 ball where it was, more or less anyway. And now he has to get, of course, exactly to 90. So ideally he wants to keep the 3 alive. And that is fine. Well, he's looking at the 5. I hope for his sake he hasn't taken his eyes off the HUD because this could be a disaster. He's lining up the 5. He's looking at the 1. Is he paying attention to the HUD? Maybe he's just getting his bearings. I was getting a bit worried there for him. I was thinking the numpty thing was going to come out. But that's perfect. Again, he can be nice and gentle. He'll overcut the 5. I don't think he'll send the 5 into the hole. He'll overcut it to nudge on to this 1 ball. Then he's going to have to weigh up his next shot because there's nothing perfect here. And this is where he might just cut and run. He can have a go at the 5 off the 1 because there's a nice little line off the 1 to the 5. I mean, this is something I'd expect to hit at least 8 if not 9 times out of 10 because it's a big target. You know, you've got behind the ball and kicking the 5 or coming straight onto it. So I'm expecting him to get this. And no sooner have I said that than it all ends. But it's a very good contribution from Cobra. So that's 91 from Albinario's mistake. And Albinario's big fail did cost him dearly. So now Albinario has a chance to respond. He should really have hit that carom. That was not a difficult carom, but again, in Cobra's defence, he's not comfortable with it because he doesn't play these shots often enough. But he should, if he was a Cowboy player on a regular basis, he'd be getting that every time. So, of course, we've also got Friday Night 9-ball. I don't know how many's in. I haven't looked at it at all. It's been full the last couple of weeks pretty much. Maybe the odd one shot. But that goes ahead in about 7 minutes' time. So this is Albinario's chance to respond. And you guys should know by now that whenever you lay the gauntlet down to somebody like Albinario, you're asking for trouble. We've seen what he can do in response, and now's the time to do it, to try and rescue his chances in this first rack. And straight away he's going to have to go the thin cut the 3. And I think he's got to play the thin cut the 3, if only just to get it back in play. He can then worry about the carom to follow, but he should have a reasonable target one way or another. And he's got a target to the 5. Now the next shot is get the 5 ball back in its spot. And he just has to watch the cue ball as to where he's going to go, whether he just drops through or, he just stunned it. So let's see if he's got the line. He's fine. Now he's got a bit more angle on the 5 than he would like. So now he has to make a choice here. I mean, he could just stun off this and come up the table somewhere that direction. And that's pretty good. And once again, with this shot on the 5 ball, he has to come around behind the 1. Well, not necessarily behind it, but you know what I mean, below it, so he can see a line. And this is the thin edge. The force follow is on, but when you're not playing them on a regular basis, they're not as reliable. If you can trust your eyes to get the thin edge. Now again, it's got to be a good line from the 5 to the 1. And again, he's going to have to go thinner. He can go force follow. But these are nervy little shots. He could also go to the rail and hit the 1, although the 1's quite a bit off the rail. But I think he's a bit nervy about this. But the force follow line looks pretty good. Now he needs a ball to stay alive, and that'll do it. The run goes to 48. He moves on to 56. Welcome to Rabbi. Now this carom from the 1 to the 5 again, not a problem, but it depends on the pace he plays. You see, he's played that a bit firmer to make sure a ball wasn't going to rail. He's still got the 3 ball he can fall back on, and that was the sort of speed that Cobra should have, that Albinario should have played that shot that he had right at the beginning of the rack when he was playing the 5 down to the 1. He should have hit it as firm as that to get it back into play, and he didn't. He bottled out. Oh, Steve's here a bit quicker than I thought.
Welcome to VP4 TV. You're watching a Tactical Genius production. Please welcome your commentary team for this match, 9ball.com and Super Admin aka Steve Chapman, CEO and President of Celeris, Inc. Good luck to both players and have...
Well, that was a waste of time because he's not in Discord. I'm going to have to tab back out again to see if he gets himself in. Maybe he's just got home and he's only in having a look. Anyway, Albinario's run goes to 54. And now he can get that 5 ball back in play. We'll see this shot and then I'll do a quick tab again. Welcome to Steve.
Good afternoon.
Well, the story of this rack so far, it's easy to explain. Albinario won the lag. He broke off. He had a shot that he should have played the correct way to get the balls back in play when he was playing a carom from the 5 to the 1. He pushed them both dead, and that was the end of the visit. He only got 8. Cobra came in and ran 91. And Cobra missed a fairly easy carom to keep his run going. And this is Albinario's reply. He's on 62.
Yeah, that's all stuff. I mean, that's the thing about playing another good player is, you know, you miss an easy carom you're supposed to make, it could cost you the whole game. But, you know, I think these guys are pretty even. Both of their weaknesses is in the carom part of it. So, you know, they're both going to make some mistakes there. So have we had predictions from the crowd yet?
Tommy called it 4-1. Somebody else called the score, but I can't remember.
4-1 for who?
Albinario.
Oh, I'll be surprised if it's 4-1.
Well, I was looking at their path to the final. Albinario certainly had the smoother path. Cobra's had he's had 3-2 matches. Of course, the last one he lost when he was 2-0 up, the hot seat match.
Yeah, I think Cobra's improved though. I mean, through this tournament, I'd still make Albin a favorite, but not a big favorite. You know, I'm expecting 4-2 or 4-3 in this match, and it could go either way.
Well, I think that's going to very much be determined by how far Albi gets here in this visit. Because he's now got himself a wee bit awkward here. And this is really thin into the side, and the cue ball's going to have to run loose. He's dragging off the face.
I'd shoot that 3 or the 5 in the corner. I wouldn't shoot it in the side. Well, he hit it good, and he's in a good spot now. So,
well, the problem is it's a big distance.
Well, the question is he going to shoot the 5? Because he could here. The line from the 5 to the 3 is good. Yeah, he is going to shoot it. Yep. Oh, and he missed it, but it doesn't matter. It's a carom. I thought he'd pick up 6 there.
Now this is just threatening to go
Well,
a bit awry at the moment where this 5 ball is. Of course, the other thing is he's on 84. He needs to remember he's on 84, not 76.
Well, he needs to shoot this 5 ball. I mean, that's the obvious ball. Get him on 89.
No, I think he's dead straight, is he? No. Let's have a look. I think he can push this and get to the 3, but he needs to watch the pace in the 5. He has to get the pace in the cue ball. This is a test in there.
Yeah, because the 5 is going to be going at the corner pocket.
I think he's played it well.
Well, but now he's got them all spread apart, and this is where I think both these guys aren't so good when they get the balls at distance like this.
Well, the overcut in the 1 is a shot. If you overcut the 1, you can come back across to that 5. Overcut this to the short rail in the bottom and let the cue ball run across.
Well, I like playing off the 5. 5, 2 rails to the 1. That 1's a big ball. I would much rather play off the 5 than the 1.
The only danger,
he's looking at the 3, which I think this is a hard shot.
He's got to get that tight around the corner. That might just sneak behind the 1. Yeah.
Oh, that was close. Boy, he almost got it.
Yeah. Good response from Albie. Run is 82. So we've had a 91 and an 82 in the first rack. And now it's anybody's.
Well, again, all the balls are spread apart, and this is what neither one of these guys is very good at. I mean, I'd probably play off the 3 to the 1 right here. I mean, you can play off the 5 too. Yeah, I mean, the 5 to the 1 looks real good. I mean, they're both good. He's going to try to thin this. I don't particularly like that shot choice.
I see the 1's a bit isolated to try and go around the corner off the 5 to the 1.
But he can play 1 to the long rail to the 3. I mean, this is, you just got to get the line off the 1 reasonably good.
He's got a bit of left on it to tweak it off the rail.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy shot. I mean, for somebody that moves the cue ball well like Alvin, I expect he's going to make that hit almost every time. Now, this one's maybe not so easy. I'd be playing 1 to 5. And I think that's what he's going to do. Play. Boy, he hit that awful hard, though.
Oh, watch the cue ball. The 1 ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I like hitting the 1 ball a little thicker so you don't have to hit it quite so hard.
I'm going to have to introduce you, Steve. We've got we've got a chap who is new to the stream by the name of Philip.
Oh, good. Hello, Philip.
Just so that you know, Philip, this is the chap you blame for all your troubles in VP4 because Steve Chaplin is the developer of all the virtual pool games and has been for too many years than he cares to remember.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Developer thinks he's a pool player. Well, this is interesting here. I mean, I like playing off the 1 ball, but it's a little tricky. He's probably going to play the 3 to the 1. I mean, that's
horrible.
An easier shot, I think. But the problem is he needs to put English on it, and that makes it tough. Yeah. See, that was a tough shot because being jacked up over the ball and putting English on makes the ball turn. I didn't think he could hit that ball without English.
Well, I'm playing a 2-in-1 shot every day of the week here. 2-in-1. But they won't risk it.
Watch out. Oh, that was close. But he's looking good here. Now, the question is he going to thin the 5 and go behind it into the 3, which I like better than stunning over. I like thinning the 5 and coming off the long rail back into the 3 and send the 5 down towards the 1 ball.
He's going to play the stun
over. just a lot more comfortable with that shot.
Watch the three, though. Watch the three.
Well, see, that was one problem with that shot. The other problem is look where the 5 ball is. You couldn't get it to near the 1 ball playing that way. I mean, you watch these guys do all this stuff, and I know you're a big proponent of this too, Hugh, where, don't take the chance, make the pot, make sure you've got a carom and this and that. And then, so they play conservative. They try to make sure they're going to have a carom. Well, look at that. They're trying to make sure they're going to have a carom the next shot. And then they get in this phase and they do the exact opposite. He takes the easy carom, was going to leave himself with something hard where he could have taken a carom that was just slightly harder and set himself up where maybe he's going to run a bunch of points. It's really, I think, just confidence, is they're not confident in their ability to play certain shots.
Well, the target again is still good from the 5 to the 1, even though the 1's in the rail. I'd be going for that. I wouldn't even be thinking about it. I'd already have played the shot. I mean, that's, pick what you want off the 5 and get to the 1.
Yeah, I mean,
they're
going to play. Well, they're going to play a lot of these stun shots because that's what they're comfortable with.
I don't know. I mean, Albinario plays 3 cushion billiards from time to time, and he can obviously see that shot, but he's chickened out in it there. And likewise for Cobra, he's got exactly the same shot, but a bigger target from the other side off the 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy not to shoot that. It looks like he is going to shoot it.
Yeah, there you go. How easy is that? Like a double-decker bus.
Well, it was also like a half ball hit on the 1, which means it's near impossible to screw it up.
And he's got a huge target here to hit. Now he wants to get the pace in this 5 ball right, because that's heading into the corner. Might not be too bad there though.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to be a little lighter on it, but
now again,
he's going to stun off the 3.
See,
almost for sure.
There's another 2-in-1 shot here off the 1 around the angles. See, this is the stuff I'd be playing to get to the 3 or the 5. I'd be risking a scratch.
Well, I like this shot because it's going to bring the 3 back down to the middle of the table. See, I like that shot because he was able to bring it close again.
See, that's why I'm not in the tournament anymore, because I would have went for that every day of the week.
Now you can hit this 3 and go 3 rails and bring it down to the 5 and bump the 1, but you got to make sure you hit the high side of the 1 so you don't knock it in the side pocket. I mean, that's what I'd be looking at doing, is bringing the 3 ball around 3 rails to the 5.
Yeah.
See, I would have played for the other side of the 1 ball because you couldn't hit it in the pocket from the other side. Well, I mean, this is kind of what was expected, was that these guys weren't going to be great in the carom phase, and that's what's happening.
Well, again, I think if he stuns the 3 and spins this cue ball, he can get to the 5. I think he's got to watch the way you hit the 3, you could end up banking the 3, but if you want to be taking a risk, you can get to the 5 off that 3.
Well, Tam, you've seen him carom both very well, but have you seen him carom well with a tight sphincter? I mean, that's the thing about pressure. Is pressure brings out your weaknesses. It brings out your bad habits, because what people tend to do under pressure is they go to their comfort.
Yeah, the tried and tested thing, yeah.
Yeah, when they're playing with you, Tam, they're probably just, I'm going to try this 3-railer and this and that, and so they carom well. Now they're just going to sit here and shoot stun shots and follow shots because they're afraid to let the cue ball run.
Yeah.
No bar, no
what the hell was that?
No bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
I don't know how I hit button number 7 there, because it was nowhere near it. That came out of the blue.
Mind control. Well, this is interesting. He's looking like he's going to play off the 1 to the 3. I mean, this is not where you want to be honest about it. It's just not a good position.
It could
I
be
think one of the three is reasonable.
yeah, but I think it could
But
be good if he gets it though. So this one ball's coming out into
he's
the.
going, oh,
Oh
he's
no,
going to the
oh no, he's
five. He
went to
could see the
5.
5 ball. Well, that was a pretty good attempt.
Yeah, I thought like
I mean,
he was going for the 1 there.
Well, that was a hard shot when you're thinning the ball to try to get it on the right line. Well, this is a very easy hit. There's no way he should miss this. And he didn't.
I know it's going to be the draw.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ideally, Cobra wants to get this to at least 100 here because you just don't want to give Albin a lot of chances. I mean, Albin's struggling a little right now. You've got to win this game if you're Cobra because Albin is the favorite. You've got to take this right now if you're Cobra because you can't afford to let Albin get up ahead of you.
Well, that's the 1 ball out the game, and that makes it more difficult for Albi.
Yep, I mean that's actually a good play for Cobra, especially if he can get to 100 because of that 1 ball sitting. He's a little funny here, but I think he can follow the 3.
Yeah.
Got to not be a little careful. I think, well, even if he gets it deep in the pocket, I don't think he can pocket the 1 ball. It's going to come above the 1 ball. So he's free to shoot at this.
This looks as if it's coming over this way. Right.
Yeah, see, it's high. But now things are going to get tough because nothing's easy from here. I mean, you can try to play for the 5, but with 3 points, I'd be thinking I'm going to play from the 5 to the 3. If you're going to play to the 5 ball, you're taking a chance.
Well, he's got to go for it because if he gets the touch in this 5, he's out. Oh, he's not hit it. He's not hit it, has he? Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
And it's perfect because that's the line you can't make it on.
Yeah, perfect.
That was a beautiful shot.
I thought it didn't have the legs, but that is absolutely perfect. And this is an easy out. This for 1-0. And good one for Cobra.
Well, that's huge. That's huge for Cobra because in my mind, I only had Albin as a slight favorite. So at this point, I would favor Cobra to win the match just by winning that 1 game. I know other guys probably think Albin's a more of a favorite than that, and maybe Cobra's still the underdog. But either way, Cobra getting the first game was huge.
1, 2. So the highest run of the match so far is that 91, and then that 82 by Albinario.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Rotor Monkey. You might be right about that. Anything you can do to get the balls together is usually a good thing. So Cobra can really put it on him by coming out with a big run here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a chance to make Albin, feel the pressure.
Well, he's probably going
to 80 or 90.
At the angle he's got here in this 5 ball, if he's letting the cue ball run, he's heading. Oh no, he's playing a carom. I forgot. I'm thinking he was potting. I'm already out of sequence myself.
Some things never change.
Yeah. But that's not even playing, and I'm out of sequence. Well, cue ball. What's the angle he's got in this 5? See now. I mean, he could stun the 5 in, He's cutting the 3 in to stay square. That'll do as long as he stays on that line.
Yep, bonus.
Yeah,
Good shot
bonus.
there. And I'll probably put the 3 back on the spot, which gives him a pretty easy carom. And this is the angle you want. This is the angle you can't miss that 5 ball. Oh, Matt's asking about the World Championship. Well, let's see. Maybe I can put it up right now. Let me go take a look.
Have you got the picture uploaded yet?
Yeah, the picture's up there.
Right, so it starts February the 9th unless Steve's changed the date.
February the 8th.
Or February the 8th? I thought it was the 9th. Oh, it's the 9th my time, because you've got it at some crazy time at 2 o'clock in the morning. It is February the 9th, yeah.
Well, I wanted to make sure that, I wanted to make sure that when it ended was late enough that, make sure that people could play. Do you think I had to end it earlier, like 11 p.m.?
No, it doesn't matter when it's meant to finish. I mean, at 2 a.m. in the morning, even though that's when it goes live, there's nobody this side of the Atlantic going to be playing at 2 a.m. in the morning. They're not that desperate to get their matches underway. They're just desperate to get signed up.
Okay, let's see here. Did you review the page, Hugh?
Well, it was a copy of the first one, except for the fact that you've put spot money on, haven't you? That's the only difference. The match goals are the same.
That's not the only difference.
Well, what else have you changed?
Okay, see, I've already screwed up. Let's see. Break box is supposed to be on. I added break box.
Oh, did you? Is that going to show on the table, is it? So you need to do an update for that then, won't you?
Yeah, I have to do an update, but it'll show on the website now.
So Cobra,
oh, shoot. Well, okay.
38 and counting.
For some reason, it's not turning on. So no, I'm not putting it live now because the break box isn't turning on for some reason.
So Steve's broke it already before it started.
Dang it! I tested this the other day. Why? I don't understand why it's being.
That's my mouse coming loose. Hang on a minute. Yeah, it is my mouse come loose because that's a bloody cursor on the screen. Now what I've got to do is, see, this is the thing about VP4. I think it's the only thing it does this in with me. If your mouse disconnects, like it just has for me, you're stuck with the cursor on the screen. So you have to tab out of VP4, unplug your mouse, plug it back in before you come back into VP4 to get your cue stick back, which I'll do right now.
Really? I haven't had that problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had to alt tab in and out, but I haven't had to unplug my mouse.
There you go. My little cue stick's back.
I'm going to have to figure out why. I wonder if I didn't update the server.
Yeah, it doesn't work, Jose, because it's not open yet.
Yeah, let me take a look and see if maybe I just didn't upload files, because I know I tested this.
So Cobra's run on his break in rack number 2 is taken to 54. And this again has to be delicate to keep the 5 in play. He's hit the 3 ball, half ball pretty much. And now he's going to stay top side of the 3 because there's no way he's going to be playing a carom down to the 1, I don't think. That's too risky. These players are frightened to run the cue ball when they don't necessarily need to. They'll look for an alternative.
Well, the thing is that this phase, it's a lot less risky because you get an object ball in the hole and it's only going to help your point total. Unless you're overrun 90, getting an object ball in the hole isn't going to hurt you.
No, I'm talking about putting a cue ball in the hole. That's a risk they don't want to take.
Well, I mean, you've got to have a pretty good idea what the line is.
This shot might push the 5 ball dead. No, he's played it delicate enough again. I think he played that a little bit draggy just to take any pace off the shot, just enough to get there. Now, why are all these people in the room and not watching my stream? That's what I want to know. Because they don't want to listen to us. Oh, Tam's in the stream, in the room. Dragon there, Steamroller's in there, Sakul and Edbal.
Well, Cobra is doing what he needs to do. He needs to keep doing this. He needs to really put it on him. Yeah, I'm sure he's trying to make that 5 ball, but that's fine.
That was the other question to ask you then, Steve. When I asked you the other day about this proposed update, obviously this update that you're doing is going to comprise of this physics change that you were going to do. Have you finished doing that physics change, or are you still working on it yet?
I have, still testing. I got Yama taking a look at it. I gave him one the other day, and there seemed to be some problem with it, so I got to take a look at it tomorrow and get him something. But yeah, there's going to be an update pretty soon.
No, Yama was in the stream earlier on. Maybe he's still there. So the run is 65. Now, the line on the 5 ball is pretty good, provided he doesn't run into the 3. If he lets this cue ball open up off the 5, see, he might be going behind the 1, and he's looking at that. I think he's a bit worried that potting the 5 and letting the cue ball follow its line would just drop straight onto the 3.
Well, that's fine, because he can play the carom from the 5 to the 1. That's going to be a real nice angle.
Well, you see,
if he runs into the 3.
Well, this is going to. He's either going to prove me right or wrong here if he does that, because I think they're scared to go near that 1 ball. See, he's drawn off the 5 rather than letting it go forward to try and stay behind, and that'll work.
Yeah, but I mean the 1 ball's a safe ball to hit it. The only way you can scratch is coming off the long rail. I mean, you're not going to scratch any other way on that. So I don't know why they'd be afraid of it.
Because again, you've got to think about getting the 1 ball into play. So the one surefire way of doing that is getting in behind it and kicking it out. And now he's going to have to pot it, I think.
Yeah, well, that'll get it in play.
And now, ideally, I would assume he wants to get back up into the table with the cue ball. Yeah. At least to keep running, though, to open up the angle.
Yeah, he's got a shot. He can follow this. And at least he's got a reasonable angle to follow it.
And that 1 ball's going to end up over the hole, which is handy. It's handy that it stayed in the table rather than going in. And that makes his life a bit easier, although he's going to be at distance.
Probably play this rail first, I would imagine. That's
Well,
what I'd be doing.
well,
I'd be coming off the long rail first.
the only danger with that, Steve, is he could end up dead in line with a 1 and 5 in the intended carom he's looking to play next. I think that's the one thing he'll be wary of.
He could. I mean, you gotta. He could.
Yeah, he's went the other way. You see, I think if he'd went the way you're talking about, he could have ended up there and been dead in line and had no shot. So he's got a shot. He tried his best to get in line there, but he's fine.
Yeah, I don't like playing position for this shot, just because you can get yourself in real trouble.
That's going to end up in the hole this time. But now he's on the 5. He can go up top.
You can shoot the 5 in the pocket and bump the 1. But yeah, you're right. He can go on the other side and play for the 5-1 carom.
He's going to stick with the 1-5. He's playing the 1 instead. Takes him to 77. And a double kiss to the 5 again has come in very handy, because that means he can get it on its spot and he's set up the next carom. So everything's looking good here.
Yeah, this is looking great. It's looking like he's going to get to at least 90.
Well, I would just be digging back off this 5 to get to the left rail as we look. Just a punchy stunning coming back. Well, he's gone straight up. It's still fine. That takes him to 83. Now, he's just going to roll this 3 in and catch the 1 so that he can probably pot the 1 into this opposite pocket, I would think. He doesn't want to catch an awful lot of this 1. He just wants to chip it. Well, he went the other way, and now he's got a problem.
Yep, that was not the way to hit that. He might be able to throw this 3 ball in the hole.
See,
it's a little risky. Slow roll it with a lot of left English and see if he can throw it in.
I don't think he can get enough of it.
I don't think so either.
So,
well, this is where Cobra and Albin are good, though, is pocketing balls.
Problem over.
No, I mean, that's where those guys have a big advantage over most of the other players, and this is their ability to pocket that shot.
That's a good recovery. Now he'll be aware of the bank. He'll cut this to the side rail, this 3 ball. He's not going to bank it in any way, so that he can just catch the 1.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have to hit this very hard.
So the next target for Cobra is beating Albinario's, not Albinario, beating his own high run of 91.
That's crazy. Playing it that way is crazy. Why would you hit it that hard and risk losing 89 points? That's insane. I mean, he should have just rolled out with a little left English. He thinks he needs to stun that over. He didn't need to.
Well,
that was a crazy shot.
He's dead in the water now, and now he's taking a risk by running the cue ball, and I think he's scared.
I'd be scared too. He's got a lot of points.
I think he's just going to duck here.
Yeah, that's not looking like
I mean,
there's anything good that can happen here.
But the thing is, that 3 ball is such a big target. You can make sure you're not going to scratch by going for the 3. So if you get it sharper around the corner with the 2 rails, you're coming to the 3 and you're going nowhere near the pocket. And if you get it really badly wrong, you could go to the rail bottom side of the 3 and end up catching the 1 instead.
Well, I think he shot a smart shot. He shot a shot where he couldn't screw up and lose his points.
The run is 90.
I mean, he definitely put the pressure on Albin by doing this. Albin's, he's down a game. It's 90-0.
So that really applies the pressure to Albinario. Now, Albinario's response in that first rack was 82. And he's going to need something along those lines right now.
Yeah, Albin's now under the gun to do something because you don't want to go down 2-0 in this match. I mean, it's a lot easier to win from 2-0 than it was in a race to 3, but still, I mean, the guy's got to beat you 2-1 to win the match if you get him 2-0.
Well, Cobra's done everything right so far in terms of applying the pressure. I mean, this is asking the question of Albie.
This is no gimme here.
No, this is...
Albie's got himself funny in this no gimme.
He's got to cut this 3 down the rail. I don't believe he's going for the 1. If he cuts the 3, he's going to have at least a 3 to the 5 carom, I would think.
Yeah, I like the 3 ball a lot better. I think the shot's easier, but...
Well, that's a good shot and a good recovery.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
And he's got the easy carom.
Yeah.
And he's going to have an easy shot after this carom.
Yeah, he was 2-0 down. And don't forget, Bill, I keep saying this, that when he was 2-0 down and Cobra had the chance to win that 3-0, Albinario came to the table needing all the caroms to get out, and he did it. You know, you couldn't be any more under pressure than that. 2-0 down and out and dead. And he ran all the caroms and scratched in the 1 ball and stole that 3rd rack to stay alive. Well, he needs to do that now.
Both of these guys are good under pressure, so, you know, there's no, there's not going to be any kind of severe breakdowns. But that said, you know, you got to make guys feel like they can lose. I know that when I started beating some of the pros in real life, that everything changed because, you know, if you let those guys freewheel, they play like God. Soon as they think that you can win, there's a little pressure. I mean, they still play great pool. I mean, they're not going to fall apart, but they might make a mistake that they wouldn't have if they thought you couldn't win. I mean, everybody feels pressure to some extent. So, you know, these guys are both good under it, but, you know, I would not rule out somebody dogging it at some point because they're feeling the pressure.
He's looking at the 5, but I mean, there's no problem in taking the 5. He's then obviously going to be going 5-3 next.
And I'm an expert in that one area of dogging it. I know a lot about that. I've done that quite a few times.
Now the 5 ball is dead again, so now he's got work to do to keep this run going. And he can do it by staying top side of the 3. He needs to probably draw off this 3 ball to stay top side so he can go from the top end of the 3 onto the 5, I would think. If he comes... Yeah, he's trying to stay bottom side, but he's missed the 3.
Boy. Well, he hit it really easy, and he probably the ball just threw a lot.
I think if he'd played it my way, see if he'd drawn that 3 in and drawn across, he would have at least had a sight of that 3 to 5, or even a 3 down to the 1. And he didn't really go through with the shot, and in the end he mucked up the pot. So his run ends on 28, and that is not good enough, Albie.
Oh yeah, dogging is definitely different than going goofy, Tam. I mean, when you go goofy, that's bad because it's.
Oh, look at this! Look at this!
Boy, oh boy, it's going to be continual screwing up once you get goofy. I mean, that's like when you're, you know, your brain's in the wrong spot. You know, dogging it, that could be just a single instance where you feel the pressure and miss a ball or screw something up that you never should have.
Well, straight away there with that roll of the ball that he's just had, the 5 ball back in play. How come Albinario's back at the table?
Because Cobra missed the carom.
Because he potted the 1. That's right. I've confused myself there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Both these guys is going to kind of be like that, where they're going to struggle a little in the carom phase. And, obviously Cobra would have liked to get 5 or 6 before he let Alba back to the table, because the next thing you know, this could be, Albin could be up after this turn.
Yeah, going good. These are Americanisms, these things that Steve talks about. Goofy's going crazy in the head. Dogging it is choking in a shot.
Oh no! All the all the pool players in Europe know what dogging it means.
Yeah.
I was watching Jason Shaw play a filler straight pool the other day, and Shaw missed a ball, and he says, "I dogged it."
Oh, by the way, there was quite a long post on Facebook from Darren Appleton. If any of you guys have seen it, he's sitting in a wheelchair. I'll tell you, with the greatest respect to him, he does not look a well man. I think he's going to take an awful long time to recover from this. It looks as if it's taken an awful lot out of him. He looks poorly. That's how he looks.
Well, being dead for 20 minutes will do that to you.
Yeah, it does not look a well man. But here's hoping he can. It's going to be a long road for recovery, put it that way. He ain't going to be smacking pool balls for a while, I'll tell you that.
Well, we'll see what Albin gets to here.
Well, he's had a second bite at the cherry here he probably wasn't expecting.
Oh, I think he knew he was going to get back.
Well, not that soon, though. Not that soon.
Yeah, not with Cobra going 0 and out.
Oh, he's missed the 5, has he? Did he get the 5? Oh, he must have scraped a molecule off that 5 ball there.
No,
that's one of those VP. I'm talking to Tam here, Steve. That's one of those VP shots, Tam, where you don't hit a ball, but VP4 says you did.
I don't think Apple had an unhealthy lifestyle. He wasn't like an excessive drinker. I don't think he smoked. I've never seen him smoking. A lot of times it's something like your heart. It's just a genetic thing where I don't know what the issue is with him, but it could just be genetic.
Well, I would imagine that he's not. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together and making up stories here, but I'm imagining that the lifestyle he does have is running backward and forward to different pool rooms, travelling, grabbing something to eat when he can grab something to eat, and it might be just fast food. A lot of it,
Oh yeah, his food he ate might not have been great, but the thing is most people that have problems like that at that age, if it's going to be an unhealthy lifestyle, they're doing multiple things wrong. They're smoking, they're drinking, they're eating terribly. It's like a bunch of things. You don't usually see people have trouble like that at that age.
Well, Albinario's second contribution is 25, so he's at a 28 and a 25. And he's a long way behind still.
Well, is Cobra going to do the stun over, or is he going to do something else like?
Oh no, he could go the 2 rails, but the problem with that is the cut in the 1 and where he's sending the 1. He's probably going to stun.
No, he's probably going to stun. You know how he thinks. You got to be a little careful here with the 1 ball though, because obviously there's a corner pocket down here. Like right there.
You mean like that, Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, that was almost a fail. I was a bit premature there. That's a bit premature.
Let me tell you what, with the physics change coming, that ball probably would go in.
Well, one thing's for certain, he ain't scoring much more than this visit. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, he kind of took himself out of it by putting a 1 ball there. Got to figure Albin's going to get to 90 now, I bet. I mean, this is what, his third chance?
This is his third scoring contribution, yeah. So
yeah,
I think
you got to figure he's going to get there.
Definitely a must.
I'm not sure why he just stopped the cue ball, because he's left himself pretty funny. I mean, this is not.
Oh, he's fine.
It's not terrible, but it's not. Oh, okay, yeah, that way you're right. He is fine.
Now he's not fine though, because now the 1 ball's over the hole. And the obvious thing is you pot the 1, but what's the point in doing that when it's going down table here? So he's going to have to get up table off this 5 so he can come down to the 3 and the 1. He's got to get up the table.
Well, he needs to pot that 1 eventually, because and you don't want to try to play a carom here onto it, because you could scratch too easy.
No, he'll play the 3 and try and nudge the 3 onto the 1. The one going in will be a bonus, but
now he's going to shoot the 1.
No, he's going to shoot he's going to end up shooting the 1 and playing 5 to the 1 then.
Yeah, I mean, he had to get that ball out. If he's going to make a big run, he had to get that out of the pocket.
Yeah, these ratings that these guys have got are overall ratings, aren't they? They're not their Cowboy ratings, because they don't play Cowboy enough to generate a rating. They don't play in tournaments and stuff. This is their first tournament that they've ever played in VP4 in Cowboy.
Alan says spots should have colors on them. Well, I'll tell you, Alvin, the reason why spots don't have colors on them is because Hugh asked for white.
Yeah.
Blame it on Hugh.
Yeah, and the spots don't have colours on them in real life either, so tough shit, Albie. You got to pay attention to what you're doing.
It's actually a pretty good idea, though, making them colored.
Yeah, let's have them pink and green and purple. I think that's what we should have. And then what we also want in VP4 is we want applause machines.
I'm just kind of thinking, call me stupid, but I would think if you were going to put colors on the spots, you'd make them the colors of the balls that go on them, not purple and pink.
Well, there's a logical way of seeing it, Steve. See, that only an engineer would think of that. I would have went for sort of nice gay colours. Then, of course, you've got to think about the colour of the cloth. Because if you were playing it on the tan cloth or the red cloth, not that we ever do, then colours might blend in and you might not be able to see the spots.
Well, repetition. The reason why pool balls have so many colors, the start of this whole thing was when they started putting pool on TV. You couldn't tell the difference between like the 3 ball and the 5 ball, and especially back, before we had HD TV, when it was just standard definition, the colors were even less accurate. So the problem is you couldn't tell the balls apart. So that's why they started making sets where they changed the colors of some of the balls. But after HD came out, look at that. They started, for some reason, decided that, to go crazy with ball colors. And now you've got all kinds of crazy sets. And yeah, I've shot the wrong ball in tournaments before, because, you get on some crazy set that you don't usually play with. And
well, that... I've just dropped a pen. Hang on a minute. That young boy, I don't know his name, but that young guy in the 9-ball World Championships this year, he was in a great position to win the match, whoever he was playing against, because I've totally forgotten. But he shot the purple 5 ball thinking it was the 4 ball, and he shot out a turn, and he lost the match really because of it.
Oh yeah, well, and that That's one of the things, the set that they're using now,
Uh-oh.
having a purple 5-ball. Let me tell you what, I make that mistake all the time with that set. When I'm watching people play, I'm
Yeah.
thinking, oh, they're playing position on this ball, and I realize, no, it's the pink they should be playing position
Yeah,
on.
to me that's crazy. And the other thing is you've got the 9-ball now, which is now black and yellow. You know, the 9-ball's got black on it in these ball sets as well. In fact,
Yeah, I
the
mean,
ball set they played in the World Championship had the black and yellow 9-ball plus the purple 5-ball.
Well, the other thing you got to realize about pool, I mean, all sports are like this, but especially pool, is that money can buy anything. You know, if the sponsor is Predator and they want to use their ball set and it has some funny colors, guess what? They're going to use it.
Yeah. Money talks.
And it doesn't take much money in pool. It's not like these sports where you got to pay millions of dollars to get a sponsorship. Pool's not like that, at least not at this point.
Right, I'll tell you something right now. Albinario is going to win this, right? You know why? Because Cobra's been faffing about here in 90. Albinario's had 3 visits, 28, 25, 20, and this 4th one counting. And he's about to get to 90. He's going to have to pot the one from an awkward position. And
this is what we talked about. Neither one of these guys is that good at caroms.
Yeah, well, I think he's destined to pinch this because he's had enough chances to score and he's having to do it in bits and pieces.
If Cobra could get the balls together, he'll run 5, 6, 8, you know, but with the balls apart, he's just not good at it.
Now, this is one where you don't want to catch this 3-ball, half ball on the right side too heavy. He's missed it. He's trying to go behind it, has he? He's got the touch. Yep. Now he's in trouble.
This is a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah, because he's on a carom now. Yeah, he's on the caroms, isn't he? He's on. He's in 91.
Yep. That was a nice shot there. Okay, and this is a simple hit to the 3-ball.
Now, again, I think he wants to hit this a wee bit firmer. He wants to see he's playing it gentle to get to the 3, but he's almost killing the 1-ball, but he can stun into the rail and onto the 1 off the 3.
Well, now the problem is, what's he going to do? I think he'll cut the 3 and just spin this into the 1. You can't shoot the 5 because you separate them.
And again, the danger here is banking the 1 and stunning to the 5. He could combo the 3 in here. He's got to be careful.
I don't like this shot.
When this 1-ball's coming back into play, it needs to keep going.
That was well played there because you realized if he played the 1 long, he couldn't make the 3. And all of a sudden, Cobra was up, what was it, 90-0? And now he's looking like he's going to lose this game.
Yep.
That's a smart play playing that way. Much more difficult to do something bad.
He's going for the thin edge and up the rail onto the 5. He could go 5 onto the 1, but that's moving the cue ball a lot more.
Well, I'd shoot the thin on the 3. That's a pretty easy shot. The only problem is the balls are very spread out.
Well, he can't use the 5-ball now. Or can he? Can he use the 5 off the point? I don't think he can.
I wouldn't shoot that. I'd probably play
3 to 5.
Play 3 to 5. Make sure I got the cue ball to the long rail. If I'm missing it because I get to the long rail too soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you can't afford to hit the 5 in the pocket.
He's just got the legs, has he?
Yep. Beautiful shot there.
Oh, now the little dink across to the 1.
Yeah, this shot's a little touchier than it looks.
He needed to get into the cue ball a wee bit there. And
that shot looks easy, but you got to be very precise on how much of that 5 ball you take.
Well, that's Albie's 4th contribution. So he's at a 28, a 25, a 20, and a 26. And
you know, he's got this, the ball's all spread out. This is the same kind of situation that Cobra struggles with.
I told you he was going to win this because, you know, Albie's had far too many opportunities here. Cobra's just been stuck here for half an hour on 91.
Yeah. Can he shoot this 5 ball without double kissing it? I think he can. It's a tricky shot. He's got to kind of stun it with left.
2-in-1 shot every day of the week. Again, he didn't give himself the chance. He still went 2-in-1. Why is he not going 2-in-1? I mean, around the rails to get to the 5, missed the 5, hit the 3. You've got to take the risk. I mean, he's pretty much dead and buried with this position. You know, Albinario is looking to get himself out here. I think he might have to try and I think he can catch that one thin enough with a bit of right English, a load of right English, very thin, wafer thin. Test your eyes.
Yeah, I mean that shot's possible, but it's pretty tricky.
Oh, it's way too thin. I don't like it even looking at it. The more I look at it, this is the shot.
The 5 behind the 3. This is a way better shot.
Yeah, that's definitely the shot. I mean, look at this. It's a big area. You've got to get lucky and hit something here.
Oh, this is like a half ball hit with English. You just got to make sure you open the cue ball up and get to the end rail. See, he's hitting this thin. I wouldn't hit this thin. Now
he's got the English on it.
Yeah,
he's fine now. Yeah. How's he shot in the 1 though?
Yeah, and that's where the 5 ball was going to go, is right there short of the pocket.
Well, he can go past the 5 off the 1. He can go into the side off the 1, and neither of them are easy. And if he goes up past the 5, he can't hit that 5 and go in because that's a foul. Yeah. There's got to be a clean scratch.
Yeah, I kind of like going past the 5. He's looking like he's going to play for he's going to draw this.
Let's have a look and see here.
This is actually a pretty good choice. It is a little touchy getting a line right on this kind of shot, though. The cue ball is going to move out sideways, so the 3 shouldn't be in play.
Oh, no doubt. No problem.
Perfect.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
Well, the inevitable has happened, and that's where you get stuck, and that happens in Cowboy all the time. You know, you have a good run, you get to the caroms, then you can't find a way out, and the other player just keeps chipping away, and Albinario stole that. He's pickpocketed Cobra there for that second rack, so the match is now 85 minutes old, and we've played 2 racks. Well, wait a minute. Hang on a minute.
That was, of course, look what he's left with now.
Of that last shot.
He's got himself in a bad position.
Big fail by Albinario.
Yeah, this is just.
Well, he liked it so much he's doing a replay himself.
Yeah, this is just terrible. I mean, he got lucky but unlucky. He got lucky to get to carom, but he got unlucky that he has. You can bank this 5 ball. You got to cut it. You got to cut it with a lot of left English. The 5 ball will bank. It will open up off that end rail. You need to hit it with a lot of English, though. I'm not sure what he's looking at here. He's going to try to cut it in the corner.
Yeah, he's looking to cut it in the corner.
It will cut in the corner. Yeah, it will definitely cut in the corner. Even for someone like me that doesn't mind balls close to each other, that's not an easy shot, though.
That was tough.
Well, it was hit pretty good.
Yeah, but you know what? It's one of them. I mean, it has to be a big fail. You know, you've got the break, and he's only scored one from it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's different ways to fail. Look what happened to Cobra last time.
Yeah.
He won the first game, had to break, ran 90, and everything's looking great, and then he can't get any caroms to go. So,
Albinario
who
he might have a long wait here before he gets his next visit. This is back to square one.
Well, Cobra's been pretty deliberate, and he hasn't, shot the 5-ball a lot of times when he could have. He's chosen to try to play to make the caroms easy a lot and shot the 1-ball.
And don't forget,
that just makes it a lot longer to get to 90.
There was opportunities to play a couple of 2-in-1 shots. I think Cobra had them, and he didn't go near them. He didn't let the cue ball run, and you know what I say: he who dares wins. You've got to let the cue ball run in the carom phase and be brave to play the shot.
Yeah, but you're asking a leopard to change its spots, and that was a nice play there. You're asking the leopard to change its spots, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, there's still plenty of time in this match to start opening the floodgates and letting it run loose if you're really desperate. And I think if I was stuck in 91 for 25 minutes watching Albinario coming back at me, I'd be letting the ball run. I can assure you, I'd be going for them 2-in-1 shots. If there's any snip of them, I'd be giving it a go.
Well, I would too, but by nature I'd let it run more. I mean, Cobra doesn't like doing that, and
well, there's a fail.
Yeah,
we've had a run of 13 in response to Albinario's 1, so not a fantastic start to Rack 3.
No, they're both struggling right now. But that's what makes it hard to play at a high level, is that it's hard to maintain that, level of excellence. And that's why it's so hard to play pool in real life. I mean, you watch these guys. Let me tell you what, all these guys were good players before they started winning a lot of tournaments. They just weren't winning. It is very difficult to come out and get the consistency, the travel. You've got a morning match, you don't have good energy today. There's all these reasons why, you can go out and not play well, and you got to get to the point where you can answer the bell every time your match comes up, and I can tell you I'm not good at it. But if you want to be one of these guys that wins a lot of tournaments in real life, you've got to become good at being ready to play.
Yeah, switch it on. Cobra says in the chat, before Hugh asks, I have got the HUD on. Just didn't look. He says he's a numpty.
Hey, well, that's about my speed. That's what I would do, is I would have the HUD on and not look at it. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. And this looks like a nice little angle here. This is the old half ball hit here. That's the shot. That's the shot you want to play for, because you just can't miss that shot.
No,
it's near impossible.
He's going to have to go 5 back across the table, I think. Well, he's looking at the 3, but there's no reason not to cut the 5 and play the 5-3 next, because he's got a reasonable line to do that. Get the 5 back in that spot. They'd be really unlucky not to have a 5-3 carom to follow.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the right play. I mean, just take the cue ball and put it right back where the 5 ball is, so you have that nice little, angle again.
Mm-hmm.
That 30-degree angle where it's just automatic.
Just across the table twice.
I see guys, what they do is they get, on this too thin all the time. See, this is perfect.
Yeah, that was a shot.
I mean, this is automatic.
I mean, you can't miss this, because it's just how much you're taking off the 5, and the cue ball has to take the trajectory off the 5.
You've got such a big target, and big targets come up a lot of places in pool. I could give you so many examples, ones you've never even thought of about how to make big targets. But from just a straight physics point of view, that 30-degree angle gives you a big target. You can be anywhere from a quarter to 3/4 of a ball on that hit. I mean, it's like it's near impossible to hit it bad. So that's probably the best example of a big target in pool is playing for that angle. And if you play for that angle in the caroms, even if the balls aren't that close together, it's not that bad. I think where a lot of players get in trouble is that, in this carom phase, is that when they do get that angle and they're going multiple rails, they're not really quite sure how the ball opens up off the rails. That's the thing to get really good at multi-rail shots, you have to understand how the cue ball is going to pick up or lose spin, which rails it's going to open up on, and which lines it's going to run on.
Well, that shot Albinario played there, I was looking at the one ball. Now, that one ball was a thinnish cut, but he could have dragged off the one ball. He went for the 3 instead to leave the 5-1 and overcut the 3, and the run ends on 16.
This is a nice angle here. And I think he's going to be, I think Cobra's ready to make a big run. I mean, he's fiddly futzed around here for a bunch of turns when you count this game and the last game. He's due to pop off a big run.
Yeah, he's got to just drop the one in and stay the bottom end here. Give him a look up the table.
Competitive pool. Well, I haven't since the pandemic. I've been practicing again. I'm motivated. I'm motivated to play because they had a tournament in Alabama. They've had 2 of them. They just had it last week. Between the Calcutta and the entry fees, there was $450,000 in the pot. First place in the Calcutta was $80,000, so that's got me motivated to play. So I've been practicing, and practice has been going really crappy so far. But I'd like to start playing. It's a travel that's tough. You got to travel a lot if you want to play pool.
See, that's the trouble with the States. It's far too big a country. You see, if you had a pool tour in a country the size of Scotland, which is smaller than most of the states in the United States, then you've no problem.
Yeah, well, that is one of the problems. But you also don't have Calcuttas where the first place is $80,000 in Scotland. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is it's worth traveling when you can make a lot of money. But, that tournament's tough. There's lots of pros playing it. It is a handicap tournament, but, it's like I'd be playing in the upper bracket, and everybody in that upper bracket's capable of breaking and running out the set, no matter what their number is that they have to go to. So, it's just really tough. It's really tough to win that kind of tournament.
5-ball needs to slow up. See, now he's got a problem. Now, the obvious thing is cut the 5 in dead weight, just let the cue ball roll out, and you're fine. That's all he has to do. And that'll do it. Perfect for a little force follow. But you see, he could play this gentle, but if I was him, I'd be hitting this a bit firmer, because you're going to get the force follow. I'd be making sure the 5-ball comes up into play. I don't know whether he hit. See, the thing is, even when you're playing the force follow, you've got to look at the line that you're pushing that 5-ball, because he's pushed it dead. Could he not have maybe made the line a bit better to make the 5-ball run better, if you know what I mean?
He could have.
Yeah.
He could bank it if he really hit it hard, but a speed down to the other end of the table, it was always going to go a little long, but he made it go way long. You know, I mean, he barely touched the one. He could have had it on a much straighter line towards the pocket than that.
Oh, I Tam. LA, the Los Angeles area is like 40 miles across. For goodness' sake.
Yeah. What's the distance from Edinburgh to Glasgow?
It's about.
What is that?
I think it
80
might.
miles, 90 miles.
No, it's about 45 miles roughly from Glasgow to Edinburgh.
Oh yeah, the LA area. Well, when you count LA County, yeah, LA County definitely is.
And most of it's freeway, so you don't need to meet any of the locals. You just drive on the freeway and you're at point B in about a couple of hours.
LA County is more than 40 miles across, yeah. Now the city of LA is not, but it's kind of nonstop people there, so I kind of look at it as a county.
Greater London's like 30 odd miles across.
Oh man,
there's a big miss there.
I was looking right down the line when he hit that,
and he wasn't lined.
And I could tell as soon as he hit it, before the ball even got to the 5-ball, it wasn't going in. He just wasn't lined up right. Now you don't expect that out of Cobra.
Well, we've had 2 visits each. We've had Albinario start the rack with 1. We've had Cobra's response of 13. We've had Albinario's next response of 16, and then Cobra's next one is 28. So this isn't starting off setting the heather on fire. Right, Albinario's taking a break. Time for a commercial break. Right, Albinario's back. That was short and sweet. Yes, I am working tomorrow, Tam. I'm also working on Sunday. And once I finish on Sunday, that's me off for a week. Yeah, the way this rack's going, it could be a long night. But Albinario he's got to be expected to be well in the lead here from this visit. So again, the next shot is crucial because he's not good where he is. He's potting a 5, going up top. Now he's got to watch he's not straight. Well, it's going to be at distance. This has got to be thin. And he needs to hit that like that so that he's pushing the 1 over the hole. That's perfect. Now he can get the 1 in the hole and stay bottom end of the table here and give himself a sight in the 1 to the 5 or the 1 to the 3. You want to give yourself that opportunity. He's a bit short. He's fell a bit short on this, but he should still be fine. And now, again, he can play this 2 rail shot, cut the 5 in, come back across the table so he's got the 5 to the 1. I don't think he wants to dink this in gentle unless he thinks he can really hold it. So he's going to go across twice. And that's fine. Nice little force follow. The line is good. Well, you've just done an email with a link to sign up to the 9-ball World Championships. I've never had one of them. Let's see if I've got one. I think Steve's having to fix something. No, I've not got a message about signing up to any tournament. Where am I going here? Hang on a minute. Right, let's get back to the action. The run goes to 32. And now the assumption is Steve's gone for a coffee.
No, I'm trying to find a link to this tournament. I looked at it this weekend.
So Albinario has the lead, only 8 points, 49 points to 41. Now, what's happened here? Is he still alive? Yes, he is. I see the queue twitching. Well, I don't see any major problem here, as long as, again, he has to go far enough here. It looks as if he's taking this up top. He's taking this up into the corner pocket. I don't see anything wrong with, well, he's looking at either, but you cut it to the side and just make sure you go far enough up the table. I don't know what he's got in mind here. He's umming and ahhing. I was thinking he can't see enough of the 5. Of course he can see it. Well, in this case, he's playing 5 to 3 if he's doing that. Now, if you pot the 5, let the cue ball roll out. You've got to roll out far enough, that's the thing. So he's taking it into the corner. Yeah, I mean, that was tough. That was really tough to play it that way. The run ends in 32. Well, the good news for Albie is that's his highest run in this rack.
These guys are just messing around.
And, well, again, Cobra's in no shape here whatsoever for the carom. I mean, why he came out into the table, I don't know. You know, if he'd stayed up there near the 3, he'd have been looking up table at something, at least some sort of shot. Hugh, you haven't anything. You heard anything about that Cowboy? Yeah, I haven't seen him. No, I haven't seen him for two or three days now that you mention it. And he wasn't online on my days off this week. As you say, he's normally sitting in the lobby. So I don't know what's happened to him, unless he's away in business or something. You know, you never know. Good evening to Bedhead.
Bedhead's here. Good evening, Bedhead.
Well, Albinario's chance to build up a big score there. He's blown that, and Cobra's now favourite to get to 90 again.
Well, the standard of play has really dropped in this second game. I'm not sure why, but these guys both seem to be struggling.
Let's watch the replay.
I mean, the first game, the standard of play was so high.
Well, look at that. That was
the second game.
The attempt on the carom there. His run ends in 12, so it's going from bad to worse. I'll be back at the table.
Yeah, they just can't seem to get anything going.
And this is, Albinario, you give Albinario enough chances, sooner or later he's going to put something together, and this is exactly the scenario. The balls are all on their spots, and he's now struggling straight away to get the next carom. He's dead straight in the 5.
Well, it should be, you got to realize, I mean, it's the same thing for Cobra. If you're in this position, you're playing
That's
in
a
a
good
match, and
recovery.
you're playing crappy, and your opponent's playing crappy, that, you got to realize that whoever gets going first is going to win the match. The thing that's a little unusual here is what you normally see, at least in real life with good players, is, guys come in a match, especially if it's the first match, and first match is always tough and you're struggling away. Whoever gets going is going to win the match, because once they get going, they're going to keep winning games. And these guys both were rolling along pretty good last game, and now all of a sudden they're struggling, which kind of doesn't make so much sense to me, because usually when players are struggling, when they snap out of it, they continue to play good. And these guys are kind of doing the opposite thing, where they were playing good and now they're both struggling.
Well, I think there's another factor came into this. I think they both looked at the clock and said, right, we're almost 2 hours into this match and we've still not got the end of this third rack. How long's this night going to be? And I'm so glad it wasn't a race to 5.
Yeah, well, there's the endurance part of it, but a lot of that, is not grinding. And I think Cobra's definitely got a disadvantage on that part of it, because he's a grinder. And when you start playing long matches, if you're a grinder, I mean, it takes a lot of energy to grind. And if you're more of a freewheeler and, not grinding, it's just mentally so much easier to play for a long time.
Well, Albinario is on 23. He's still 9 short of his high run in this rack. He's got 32 to beat.
Well, I mean, this is a pretty easy carom. He's going to make this.
Now, is there anybody watching the snooker? You can give me a latest update on the snooker, please.
That 5 ended up in not a good spot.
Yeah, that is horrible.
I mean, it's scary shooting something like that.
But it's not a problem. Drop the one in and then just, let's see the angle on the one, whether he can hold it. I don't think he can. That's the problem. He can't.
I don't know. I'd be thinking about making the 1 and running into the 5. I mean, I know you're taking a little chance on the carom, but get that thing moved out of there. I mean, he can go up and down the table if he wants to play.
Yeah, I mean,
the shot you're talking about.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I'd probably just bump the 5 here.
Well,
and that's what he tried to do.
He's tried it.
Didn't do a good job of it.
Well, he can have another go at it. Well, he's got to have a go at it this time, because he's on the carom.
This is this is basically, you just got to check the cue ball a little. You can shoot you shoot the one in the pocket and check the cue ball, or you can just hit the one a little more straight on. I mean, the thing is, a 5 ball is a small ball because it's so close to the rail.
It's just going to catch it, is it? No.
No.
Run ends in 25.
That's a very small ball when it's right against the rail like that. Semi-pro's here. He's semi-pro.
Take it semi-pros got all his team alerted and in touch with them to make sure they're all going to be here tomorrow for the final, or the playoff final, that is, in the 9-ball league. He's got all of that under control, I would assume. Did anybody tell me an update in that snooker there? Because I'm too busy looking at the game and not looking at the chat. Anybody got a latest score for me, please? Yeah, as long as that 5 ball stays there, there's a problem in scoring.
Well, you guys know Therese Klopenhauer?
Never heard of that name.
She's a Dutch woman. She's the Dutch champion 3-cushion woman for the 16th time. That's pretty impressive.
What, world champion?
Dutch
or
champion.
Just the local, yeah, just the country's champion.
But still, I mean,
well, they're
being the Dutch, you know, they play a lot of billiards. I mean, being a Dutch champion is no small feat.
Yeah, but anything important that's said in the stream chat, I'll relay it to you. Yeah, what's the score though? Is a latest score in the snooker? Nobody's told me the latest score. I'm going to have to tab out and go and find out myself. So it's either 2 each, or it's 4-0, or it's 3-1 to somebody. That's all I know. $4-0 to Bingham. Well, he's doing well. Generally, these two guys don't say an awful lot in the chat anyway. It's, you know, good luck and 2 or 3 comments is basically all there's been. So Cobra moves on to 12 in this visit. Total of 65, still 9 behind. And favourite to get to 90 as long as he stays at the table. That needs to keep running. And that looks good. Now, ideally, he wants to push this 5 up the table so he can get it in the hole. Well, he can do that now. He can get it in the side and then drop below the 1.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture of Darren Appleton in the hospital bed.
Yeah, there's one. There's a post. He's got a post on Facebook, Steve. Go and find that one because you know, there's a big long story that he's telling you. But if you look at him in that wheelchair, he definitely does not look a well man.
But I'll tell you what, he always looks like crap. I mean, I'm not. I'm not trying to be mean or anything.
Kick a man when he's down.
No, he always looks like he's got, you know, like dark circles under his eyes and stuff. You know, I mean, that's kind of the normal way he looks. I mean, honestly, looking at him sitting in a hospital bed, he's got 2 thumbs up. He looks the same as he always looks when I've seen him.
He looks like Shrek to me. I've always called him Shrek.
He does look a little bit like Shrek, but you know, I mean, he's a good guy. I mean, you know, you got to hope for the best for him. I mean, he's a good guy. He's a hell of a player. I mean, he's always been just a tremendous player. You know, he's in the BCA Hall of Fame, and honestly, I'm a little surprised he didn't win more than he did. I mean, he's a very talented player.
Oh, you see, now he's under the regime of the surgeons and the doctors now. So now he's going to have to change his lifestyle. That's what they're telling him. You know, or they've done tests and they've discovered what the problem is. He might need a couple of pig valves or something installed. You never know.
Well, after something like that, you
yeah.
just don't know whether he's going to be able to come back and play pool at a high level or live a normal life. You just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, hopefully he has a full recovery and he can play pool. He's not that old. I think he's only 46.
This table is...
yeah,
in fact, I'll tell you right now.
Table. It's a tournament table.
That's not what we want to go into. Hang on. Table settings is... tournament table with narrow pockets.
That's the normal pockets for tournament.
Yeah, that's just the standard setup for a tournament table.
If you just say tournament table, that's what you're going to get.
Well, I'll say this for you, Philip. You're jumping in at the deep end, starting off with Cowboy in the 10-footer.
Yeah, you learn a lot about playing pool, playing Cowboy.
So, Cobra, the visit is 36
this
and counting, and he's on 89.
This is a perfect angle here. I mean, it's just kind of a thick half ball hit.
Yeah, but you want to hit this 5 furnish. Get it over there, but not dead straight like that. But he can...
He just didn't hit it hard enough.
Yeah, he's fine though. He can spin this into the 3 off the short rail. That's a shot. I mean, he's looking around, but that's a shot he's going to play.
Yeah, I agree. That's a pretty simple shot. You just got to make sure you put enough English on it because the problem here.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't.
Yeah.
See, the problem here is the 5 ball. The 5 ball, you're going across it, so it's going to take some of that right English off. So you have to put more right English on it than you think because of the hitting the 5 ball basically took all the English off of that.
Yeah, Cowboy player never misses that shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna, and here we go with big target again. Okay, the way you make that target big is you make sure you put plenty of English on it because, you're going behind it into the rail then.
Now here we go again. This is Cobra, got to 90, and well, Albinario will be in the lead by the time he gets back to the table, I would think.
He gets to 90 and he misses this chippy carom that he should never miss, and here we go again with Albin at the table and a chance to steal this game.
And that was the highest run in this rack, 37 by Cobra, but not good enough.
Not that I think Cobra's going to run 11 and out through the carom phase, but I don't think he has to. I mean, if he runs 5 or 6, he's in a great position.
Mm-hmm.
He just can't afford to run 0 or 1.
Albie moves on to 84, and that 5 will take him to 89. But he's got to come down below the 3 ball, I think. Or, what's the angle like in the 5? Let's have a look. Well, he could go forward and check this with a bit of right English if he wants to come back over and try and play the 5-1.
Yeah, the problem with the 5-1 is that you need to play behind it somehow. You don't want to play at it because you can, if you hit it on the left side, you could scratch.
Well, it looks like he's just coming straight back off it. No, he stunned it.
Yeah,
I don't like that. But he's going to go to the rail behind it.
I'd be looking to come off the rail behind it probably. It's like a half ball hit. You just got to make sure you don't get on the left side of this 1 ball. That's the main thing. I mean, he's got a great angle at it.
Oh, he's not got the spin in it. The run ends on 15.
He might have been better off just taking a half ball hit and rolling it easy, than doing that.
That could end up in a big fail. It could end up in a big fail if Cobra gets his act together. So this is like a normal Cowboy rack for most players in Cowboy. Albie's had a 1, a 16, a 32, a 25 and a 15. Cobra's had a 13, a 28, a 12 and a 37.
Yeah, so the way most of the guys play it, and he's, you know, he could have played 5 to the 1 last shot. He had a nice angle. Now he's got trouble.
Let's have a look.
Uh,
Yeah, he's in deep
yeah.
trouble here. But he's got to go cut the 3, get the spin working, and come down to this 1 ball.
Well, I might play 5 to the 3 here. He's going to try to spin this over. He's going to have to hit this really thin. Yeah, that was asking a lot on that shot. I wouldn't even tried that shot. You got to hit it so thin.
It's just this inherent unwillingness to let the cue ball run. And again, you know, if you're willing to, first of all, if you see that shot on and you're willing to take it on, you're still a chance of being at the table. He's trying to pull off something there, which is, it's one of them. Where is he? It's one of them.
Well, I mean, the shot was so difficult that he tried. He was way better off, you know, letting the cue ball run. Because that shot that he tried was, you had to hit that paper thin to get that hit.
Well, that's what Scotty says. You can't change the laws of physics. So, Albinario has, again, Cobra's, you know, he's stuck in 91 again.
Yeah, that was a nice shot there. Played it the right way and got to the rail. Yeah, well, I mean, here we go again. This is looking like a lot like last game. But, you know, I think this is exactly what's happening. Cobra's playing from a place of fear. He's going to the comfort shot instead of playing the right shots. Well, and, I mean, there's nothing wrong with comfort shots if the comfort shots are there and they're easy. But when they're not, you know, that's what I don't. I mean, I understand why he's doing it, but you kind of got to get out of that thought train. You've got to let the cue ball run some when you get in those situations where the comfort shot just isn't there.
And Albinario's just said that he's the third time he's mistook the spot, so he's mistaken the 3 spot for the 1 spot or vice versa. But the one way to make sure, you don't necessarily have to get back from the table and have a look at the whole table. You just need to look at the end of the table. If you see the number rollers, then you know that's the 3 spot end. And if you don't see them, that's a 1 spot end. It's as simple as that.
There's a head string up there. I mean,
yeah, there's that as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I always tell when I look at the table is I look to see where the head string is.
Well, just when people were thinking One Pocket Slim was taking a sabbatical from VP4, who comes out the woodwork? One Pocket Slim.
Well, it's been a pretty good match so far, Slim. Yeah, Cobra's struggling a little bit through the carom phases. He's letting Albin catch up every game. He gets to him first and then lets Albin catch up. It cost him last game. We'll see what happens this game. I mean, Albin's in a little bit of a funny position here. This is kind of tricky. I don't think he can play off the 3 ball. It's too close to the rail.
I'd be overcutting the 1 with loads of left English and coming into that rail to try and get the 3. That's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, and that's a little risky.
Yeah, but I take risks.
You can bank the 1.
Tam will tell you I take risks. I would go for it for the hell of it.
I think there's easier shots besides that. I'd play off the 1 to the 5 before I tried that.
He might be overcutting the 5 and trying to get to the 3 that way. He could be doing that.
But that again is that's tough. I would play from the 1 to the 5. You got your choice of how to do it. I'd probably go to the long rail by where the cue ball is. You got to hit up, by the side pocket. Let's see if you ran. Yeah, you could run into the diamond past the side pocket. If you ran at that, I think it would be a good line. probably go behind and hit the 5. Well, he's too far down.
Yeah.
That's all the way down running at the last diamond. He needed to run at least to the second diamond to have any chance of hitting that 5 ball.
Well, I mean, look at this.
He missed his line by, a diamond and a half there.
I mean, he's got to go for the 1 ball. This is a 2-in-1 shot every day. Again, look at the 3 ball in the rail. If you don't get the 3, you've got a great chance of getting the 1 around the corner.
Yeah.
He's going direct to the one he's seen. He's going way inside.
Yeah, and he's way short of it. Yeah, I like your idea better.
Yeah, he's just not seeing these 2-in-1 shots. And, if he saw them and was willing to play them a lot more, he'd be getting caroms, I can tell you.
The thing is when you got a player like an Albin or Cobra who moved the cue ball pretty well, you shouldn't be missing your line by a diamond and a half. These guys play good enough. They should be getting the cue ball on the line within a half a diamond just about every shot. And that's what I don't get is when they get a shot like that. Okay, granted, it wasn't a guarantee you're going to make the carom, but it's just shocking to me to see him miss the line by that much because I know they move the cue ball better than that.
Double kiss to the 1, I would think, off the 5. He's trying to go off the rail, but he could double kiss the 5 to the 1.
This shot's a good shot. It's be hard to go behind it. There's just not very much room there. Yeah, that would actually had to be unlucky to get behind that and miss it.
Now, can he get? He's trying to get off the 1 onto that 5.
Yeah, that's doable. Little English.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Albinario's heading for the finishing line here.
This has come up funny. Yeah, this is tricky here.
This could bump the 1 out of the way. Yeah. He's just caught it. He's just caught it, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was tricky because the 5 was going to hit the 1. That was pretty well played to be able to see that and still get the 1 ball.
Well, you can draw this 1 ball, push the 1 ball up the table and draw to the rail with bottom right English. Make sure you kick into the 5.
I kind of like playing the 1 to the 3, and that's what he's doing. I like that shot.
Oh, well, that'll work if he can get off the 1 to the 5, and he can.
Well, yeah. This is kind of tricky because he's got to hit this really thin, and he doesn't like it. And I don't blame him. I mean, I don't like that shot either.
Well, why not check it off the 5 ball and kick into the 1 that way then? Because it's just a. Let me have a look. No, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I would be playing off the 3 ball if it was me.
It's a 2-in-1 shot again as well. Yeah.
Yeah, if you miss the 1 behind it, you're going to hit the 5.
If you have the legs, that is. If you have the legs.
And he didn't hit the 5. I thought that was going to be hard to do, to miss the 5 if you got behind the 1, but it did. It got just the right angle.
Well, here's Cobra's chance to let the cue ball run. He's going to probably punch this 1 and stun back to the 5. That's what he's going to try. He's looking around, but he's not going to. It'll be a shock if he runs a cue ball.
He should be shooting the same shot Alvin just shot. Playing for the 1 and the 5.
Yeah, got to get the spin in it though.
He didn't put any English on it.
He's gone the other way.
He's going this way.
That'll work.
Well, he got the hit.
No.
And he's come up terrible.
Oh, he's all right. He can.
Now he's going to have to play off the 3 ball.
He might want a wee bit of left on this when he overcuts the 5. I think just to check the cue ball.
I see what you're saying. This is the right shot. This is easy. He can hit it easy too.
I think he's fine. Oh no, he's not.
Looking at that. You didn't want to come up in the line.
Well, let's have a look at these other options. I mean, kick between them.
He can kick at it, and that's.
I think if you aim for the 1 here and you hit half ball, the 1, you're bound to hit the 5.
He can play off the 3 2 rails into him too.
Yeah, I think he's more inclined to go this way though. That'll work as long as it doesn't go in the hole. As long as it doesn't go in the hole. Goodness me!
Oh, that's brutal.
I mean, that is horrible.
That's a little bit unlucky because that That was, that's brutal.
Well, that will cost him the rack, I would think.
Yeah, well, it's not over till it's over, but I mean, it's not looking good at this point. Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah, that's a painful part of Cowboy.
Well, I'd imagine he's going to go behind this 5-ball.
And he might go behind it and not touch it. That's the problem with it. It's still a big enough gap.
Yeah, he could, but I think this is a pretty easy hit. I mean,
but if he plays this gentle enough, he should be live on the 1 ball. Yeah, that's it. He's home and dry.
Yeah, he's looking pretty damn good.
Can't miss this for a 2-1 lead.
Well, you could. If somebody's going to miss this, they're going to miss it by hitting at the end rail side of it. It'd be hard to miss this long.
You just stun this in.
Short.
Take as much of the 1 ball as you need, and you stun it in. You never missed it.
Well, you could hit the end rail. You stun it too much, you definitely can. You hit a little thick, and next thing you know, because I've watched this too many times in these streams where these guys end up with shots that you think they're going to make, and then they don't.
So we're into rack number 4. Albinario with a 2-1 lead, and Cobra with a break has got the open table.
Now, you think Cobra's going to change his strategy when he gets to the caroms and run the cue ball more?
No, he's not going to change.
I don't either. No, I think he's going to keep doing what he's doing. I think he just needs to get a better table because he's pretty good when he gets the balls close together. I mean, he got very unlucky in that last rack. First, okay, maybe he didn't hit it great. He comes up 3 in a row, but he's got the kick shot, and he could have played off the 3, but there's nothing wrong with a kick shot until that 1 ball went in the side pocket.
Slim says, only 3 more hours to go.
It's going to be a while. That's
for
sure.
It's going to be a long night.
So we're 2 hours into it, and we've only played 3 games, and this could potentially go 7.
Yeah, I was expecting it. I mean, we had a couple of big runs in the first rack, and that's it. We've had nothing since.
Well, I mean, somebody's going to pop off another big one. I'm a little surprised they're struggling this much, but the table is playing a little tough. It's got the 1 pocket slim pockets on it, and the table is playing a little tough, and neither one of these guys is great at the carom parts of it. So
I've got a technical problem here. My pen's run out. Oh no, it's back. I've got my pen upright so that the last dregs of the ink can roll down to the point.
Well, last time I checked, you don't need a pen to run this stream.
No, I'm writing down the high runs. I'm writing down the contributions each rack so that I can tear them both apart at the end of the match or sometime next week and say you both were shit after rack number 1.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I'm still expecting, to see some big runs out of these guys.
Is that going to get there? Yeah.
I just find it hard to believe that they're going to sit here and continue with mediocrity and running 20s and 30s.
Well, what me and Tam talk about in Cowboy is we go through this phase whenever we play. You get a phase where you faff around for an hour and you make contributions like 1, 16, 32, 25, 15, and the other guy is stuck in 90 for an hour. That's exactly how this match has gone in rack number 3 there.
Yeah, well, here goes Cobra again. We know he can get to 90. The question is, can he get to 101? All right, it's time for a bathroom break.
Oh, and I think I will join you, so you'll have no commentary for 2 minutes because my bladder's about to burst as well. We're back in a second, guys. So I presume that first contribution from Cobra was just 18. It looks like it. Where's my pen? Just to let you know, guys, I am now eating as well.
So it looks like Cobra's run ended right when I left.
Abruptly, I think. I missed it. I saw you get 18, but I had already missed him finishing his run when I got back.
Well, I mean, Albin will really take control of this match here. If Albin wins this game, it's going to be very difficult for Cobra to win this championship. I mean, Albin can put him on it here. Getting up 3-1, being on the hill, that's going to be tough for Cobra to come back from. So Cobra he gets his chance. He needs to do something. Yep. He's going to need to hit this a little fuller, a little stun on this. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I mean, if Albin gets to 90, if you're Cobra, that's going to be tough because Cobra hasn't shown him that he's going to get through this carom phase very easily. So if Albin gets to the caroms first, it might be sayonara. Slim says Hugh is muted.
You're right, Hugh is muted, but Hugh's mouth is full because he's consuming something at the moment.
Yep, well, that's... Well, he's going to have to shoot this one ball. I mean, there's not really any choice here, but I mean, it's going to be perfect for the carom. Whoa, watch out, cue ball. Don't stop on the one. You almost got that on the one spot. That would have been interesting. Yeah, and he's going to play the 3, put it back on the spot, and then play the 3-5 probably. Oh, he hit that awful hard. He's still fine. Bonus time. And he's got himself a little funny here. I think he can play the 3 to the 1.
Now I'm back.
Well, this match may be shorter than oh boy.
Well, you just
just
you
cursed him.
just done it, Steve. The run is 50.
I cursed him. Geez. I was gonna say this match might be shorter than we thought it was gonna be, and then that happens. Yeah, Albin got to 90. He was gonna be looking good. Now Cobra needs to get to 90 or more because he's got to get into this carom phase, and he keeps stalling at 90, 91. He needs to get a bunch of points.
Well, the first rack, Albinario had a run of 8 on his first visit, and from that fail, Cobra got a 91. Albinario's response was 82. Second rack, Albinario was bapping around 28, 25, 20, 26. Cobra had a 90. And we've had nothing since other than that 50 in rack number 4.
Yeah. But Cobra's problem is he gets to 90 and then he's stalling out. I mean, it could easily be 2 to 1 Cobra right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But like I say, he's not willing. I said this, I think I said this before the match, but Cobra let the cue ball run in his last match, and he had a 50-odd run, and then he scratched and he lost it from playing like a 3-railer. And I think he's determined he doesn't want to risk that again. But there are times you've got to risk it, I'm afraid.
You've got to be able to run the cue ball multiple rails and know where it's going, where you're not taking a big risk. I mean, if there's really like some situation where you can come off another ball and go in a pocket or something, or make an object ball, well, that's a risk. But if you know where the cue ball, look at that. If you know where the cue ball is going, running multiple rails isn't really a risk. But it reminds me of, I know one guy that I play golf with, and, he's a very good ball striker and stuff. And, he'll get a bunch of birdies and stuff, but he's the kind of guy that he could get 8 or 10 birdies in a round. But he doesn't. And the reason why he doesn't is because he's always lagging putts, because he doesn't want a 3-putt.
Yeah.
Well, but see, that's the thing is that, a 3-putt once in a while isn't the end of the world. But he's so scared of doing it that he doesn't want to take any chance of it, so he lags, which ends up hurting his score. You're better off being a little more aggressive, 3-putting once in a while and making 10 birdies.
Yeah, maybe hit the ball through the break into the hole rather than trying to run it, leaving it 3 foot short and then choking out in the 3-putt.
Yeah, Cobra's just, he's not playing aggressive enough in the carom phase. He's trying to play safe, and it's not working for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You've got to let loose. If the shot's there, you've got to let loose. And again, the 2-in-1 shots are a big bonus in Cowboy. If you're prepared to let the cue ball run, especially where there's a path where if you get the line reasonably right, the odds are you're going to either hit one or the other, and you're nowhere near a pocket. But looking at Cobra's contributions in the last rack, I mean, I mentioned it was 13, 12, 28, 12 and 37. And he's continuing Albinario wasn't any better in the last rack either, but he got through the caroms first again.
Well, Cobra ends up losing this match. It's not going to be because Albin just took it to him. Albin has given him plenty of chances. I mean, it's Cobra's. We've all seen Cobra play better than this. So, we know he's capable of it.
Now, you can stun this into the short rail with left English and spin it around into the 3. You can do that. It looks as if he's trying it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the easiest shot in the world, but it's possible. I mean,
I think
there's some plays off the 5 ball too.
Oh well, he went for it. So Albie's run. Oh, he got it. Did he get the carom in the? Did he get the carom in the 1 or the 5? Well, he must have. He did because he's still at the table, and he's apologising. Well, that's one thing you never do. Never apologise. You get a lucky roll. It's what you make of it. The thing is that little roll of the ball there, where he's got the carom in the other ball, the one that he didn't play for. Now he could end up getting a 90 run here. Take the break that you got and make the most of it. And the league's, what, 32?
Yeah, I mean...
no, 30. I can't count.
It's 30, but that's not... that doesn't really matter. I mean... Really, the way these guys play, at least through this phase, they're both capable of running. Uh-oh, look at this.
Well, that should have always gone to the rail first.
Sure, because if you hit the 3, you can go right off the 3 in a pocket. It for sure should have gone to the long rail.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably was trying to go to the long rail. I'm a little surprised he was that far off the line.
So Cobra has been reprieved big time.
But I surprise myself all the time in real life by missing a ball that I should never miss. I'll do that, and I'll surprise myself.
The good thing from Albinario's point of view there is he only lost 12 points. That was the good news.
Oh no, he lost 17 points.
Or was he on? Did he get? I was counting from when I remembered he was 30 in front. He was in 6.
I thought he had run 17.
He still didn't lose 50 odd, 60 odd.
Yeah, it's just it was a little surprising to see him lose it that way, because there was no way he could scratch if he went to
it was never going to happen if he got to the rail. Yeah,
but going straight to the 3,
he found a way to do it.
Yeah, it's just been the way that this match has been. There's been a lot of play that just you're kind of surprised that this is happening. Now that could have been unlucky there.
Well, he's going to have to.
He's got this. I mean, there's enough space there that this cut's not that bad. Maybe put a little left English on it to help throw the ball a little. Why is he taking so much time here? I would always play this shot with left English just because, it's just such a thin cut. He's going to play it with right English, which I can see doing that.
Yeah, but look at the cue ball. I mean, he nearly scratched up the top corner there.
Well, the thing is when you play it with right English, it gets rid of some throw. I mean, a lot of people, they play thin cut shots. They try to throw them with outside English, but I hit a lot of thin cut shots inside English because the ball doesn't throw. Plus, the other thing is that you can get the ball to curve a little. I got a shot I used to bet on all the time where you take, you put the object ball, see where the 1 is, you put it like 1 diamond out from the end rail, and you put it right in the center there. So center diamond, end rail, and 1 diamond out off of it. And then you put the cue ball at 1 diamond in the corner and back cut it into the corner pocket. I used to bet $100 on that shot all the time. Give me 3 tries or 5 tries at it or whatever.
Well,
and I always hit that shot with inside because the cue ball is curving back and it actually makes the cut not quite so thin. And then with all that inside English, it won't throw.
Well, Cobra has
or
missed
very little.
an easy draw carom from the 5 to the 1 or the 1 to the 5 there. He missed it, and his visit ended on 7. So Cobra's dried up here. He's dried up.
I'm beginning to think he's gone goofy. I mean, he you know, I know Cobra, you know, he's not the kind of player that gets nervous, and he's not the kind of player that's going to keep dogging it. So, you know, it just seems like he's a little bit in goofy mode here because he's consistently not getting runs of anything substantial. Well, Albin's got himself funny here.
Yeah, the one does go into the side.
Yeah, he may be shooting it there. Yep, that's a fine shot, and that's.
Now he's got to play 5 to the 3 because he'll get the 3 in play if he hits a half ball.
So if you watch the characteristics,
and he's missed it.
These guys play
13.
They get these sketchy shots like that, one ball on the side. They make them because they're pool players and they're good at that. You know, a lot of shots players would miss. These guys don't. They're making these balls. But on the carom part of it, as soon as they get a little sketchy carom shot, they're much more likely to miss that than miss the pot.
Well, I think Cobra.
And this is an automatic hit here.
Well, I think Cobra's now got himself. I think he's annoyed himself enough that he wants to put a score on the board here.
Yeah, well, want's usually a bad thing. There's a saying in the South: want in one hand and spit in the other one, and see which one fills up faster.
Tornado Tam's asking you a question, Steve, in the chat. I've just noticed.
I wouldn't call it a cult pool hall, but it was the best pool room in Los Angeles. I mean, it was a fantastic place. It's no longer open now. There's still a Hard Times in Sacramento, which Oscar Dominguez owns. And it was started by the same people, the Chuck, the heck's his name? Now I'm brain dead. Chuck Marsalis family, I think it was. And they had sold the one in Bellflower, but had the one up in Sacramento, and then Oscar bought that from them. So there's still Hard Times, and the one in Sacramento is very nice. The one in Bellflower where Top Jimmy had a photo with me, that one is gone. It's very difficult to have a pool room in a big city because of the cost of rent, and they had no alcohol too, but it was a big room. There was 26 9-foot tables, 2 7-foot bar tables, 2 6x12 snooker tables, and I think 5 billiard tables. 5x10 billiard tables. So it was a big place. Yeah, but if you're ever in California, go to Sacramento, go to the Hard Times there. That's a great pool room. And Oscar does a good job running pool room. I mean, his family's been in that business forever. I mean, it was more pool table covering, but they've been around pool halls a lot. Well, Cobra better do something here. That's all I could say.
Well, this is his 4th visit, and this 4th visit is threatened to be his highest run in this rack. He's on 16, and his high run is 18 so far.
I don't know. Maybe there's a conspiracy afoot here where these guys got together before this match and said, let's see if we can make this thing go 6 hours.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of it.
Because Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's see what he does here. Oh boy. Yeah, he'll be okay.
Yeah, that might land pretty nice once the 3 spotted. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Except for the fact he's in a pot anyway, so you can just stay top side, or he can come back. I think both will work.
Yeah, either one.
So now we're neck and neck, 63 points all. Cobra
Yeah.
and a run of 24, trying to get to 90.
Now he wants to hit this thicker, not thinner, and that's what he did because thin was no good. You end up with no shot. You have to shoot the 1 ball. He's got an easy shot on the 3, and I'm a little surprised he's coming back here. He's trying to play for that, that more straight follow through. I would have come below that and got a nice angle to play the 3 to the 5.
Well, this is fine as long as you don't double kiss the 5.
It is. I just think you have a lot less control. It's a lot. The problem is it's just a lot smaller target. If he would have been on the other side of it and left himself a half ball hit, it would have been simple and pushed the 5 ball in a direction where it'd be easy to pot.
Well, I mean, he did double kiss it, but the 5 balls came out into play, so he's fine.
Well, yeah. I mean, but that's a lot more indeterminate when you're playing a shot like that into it and double kisses. I mean, a lot of things could have happened there that weren't good. It's a percentages play that playing it the way he did, there's a higher percentage chance he's going to come out not so wonderfully. And this isn't wonderful. He's going to be shooting a 1 ball. But, this is where Coben and Albin are good. Cobra and Albin are both great at potting balls.
There you go, Steve. You're the one to blame that time.
Well, that's the thing is even if you're great at potting balls, that's not a gimme shot. So it's
So the run is 35 and it's over, and he's still way short of 90. And he won't be in 91st, I don't think.
Yeah, Albin needs to leave this 3 ball by the hole. Okay, well, he's going to try to get separation. He's come out okay.
Get the 5 in the spot.
He's actually, and he's going to actually have a nice little easy carom after this. So
I don't know why he's not getting the 5 in the spot, because he's going to get. He's looking at getting the 3 in the spot.
He's playing a carom.
Yeah, he's totally out of sync.
It's complete and empty. Oh my god. Oh my god. That, he's perfect on the 5 ball. He shoots the carom.
Yeah, it's a big fail. And now he's scratching his head saying, well, what did I do wrong there?
Yeah, that's just painful to watch, to be honest about it. I mean,
just as we say Albinario is going to be a 90, he's gone and shot himself right in the foot.
Well, and you feel just like such an empty afterwards. I've done this in pool tournaments where I shot the wrong ball, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing worse than doing something like that, because then you're just, the other guy's grabbing the ball, take ball in hand, and you're like, what happened?
You see,
you realize what you did.
That's where you get. I mean, he wasn't even into a big long run there. That's something that's more likely to happen when you're 40, 50 into a run and you sort of lose track and you don't.
No, I'm telling you, this is a conspiracy to keep this match going for 6 hours. For sure, Cobra is going to win this game. There's no doubt about it in my mind now. They've got the conspiracy going.
Albinario says he needs some sugar, and Cobra says, I'm getting too old for this. Any new guns in the horizon?
Yeah, I don't know if you realize this, but this country has become the country of conspiracy. It's like there's a conspiracy theory about something like every day that comes up. So why not have one about this match going 6 hours?
Well, it's not quite 2 3/4 hours so far.
Well, the real question in my mind is when Cobra gets to the caroms, can he do something besides, 4 visits and getting 1 point?
Well, he can help himself straight away when he gets to the critical point. When he gets to that immediate carom phase, he has to be playing the balls into play. So he has to look at a way of developing them immediately. There we go.
Yeah, see,
that's another run of 7.
But with the update, that ball will go in. When I do the update, that ball's not going to hang like that at that speed. If you hit it harder, it would, but at that speed, there's no way it's going to. Not that I haven't played on tables in real life that would do that. Yeah, I played on tables in real life where if you hit that long rail almost, anywhere unless you were almost straight down the rail, it wasn't going in.
1 ball needs to go in, and it has done.
Okay, well.
Cobra. Cobra's gone downhill. He's gone downhill rapidly in this match, especially in this rack.
It's really coming down to who wants to win this, or maybe it's who wants to win too bad. You start wanting it too much, and that can get you. These guys got to relax and play.
Anyway, just to go back to this World 9-ball tournament, is it all fixed now, and is the sign-ups open?
No.
No.
Because I have to take a look at why the... Oh, that's what I was going to do. Yeah, hang on a sec. Why is it telling me could not connect to server? Really? Yeah, I was going to look at that. Oh, man. What is going on?
It's your system, Steve.
No, I think I've got...
See, the Russians have hacked into the British GPO, the postal service, and the GPO they can't send parcels out the country. I saw that in the news today. Uh-oh, it needs to keep going. It needs to keep going, and he's got there.
Yeah, I see the problem.
Now is Albinario checking his HUD? He's an 85. Not a dead straight 5 ball, but that takes him to 90. Now again, if he's gentle with the 5 ball, he can leave the 5-3 here once he plays the 5-1. He needs to just be gentle. Same dead weight that he played the last shot. Because if he hits this 1 ball, half ball on its right side, he should be lined up for a 5-3 to follow this if he gets it right. I think he's a bit scared of the side pocket though. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I'm scared of it as well. Yeah, he didn't want to risk anything. So, that run is 25. That gets him to the carom phase. And now it's anybody's rack. Whoever wants it most, and whoever's going to let that cue ball run when the option's there to run it, to get that 2-in-1 shot if they're brave enough. Now again, with this shot, the perfect force follow would be if he's not potting the 3 to hit the 5 ball on this side, not straight on. It might not be too bad if the 3 ball keeps going, and that'll work. So now it's the race to 101, or the race to 100 anyway. And he's going for the draw. Well, whatever way he looks at it, he's going for the draw unless he's prepared to play the 5-1. Now again, he wants to hit this on the right side but not scratch off the 1. And I don't know whether that's going to count, is it? Nope.
Okay, the problem was I just had not updated the server, I think. Let's see here. No, it's still not working. Really?
So Cobra's run of 9 takes him to 90. It's 90 points apiece. Albie's got no easy start.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah.
Now,
So I am putting it up right now.
Now, the danger here is playing this 1 ball for the carom, because the 1 ball's going to go around the corner here and come near the 5. So if you miss the carom, you're setting up Cobra with an easy carom to start. This is why you've got to think about how you're playing this carom. To me, the safest shot would be to go 5 down to the 1 and try and get to the 1. So you're less likely to leave an easy start. See, what I'd be worried about is playing the 5 and sending it around here and coming out into the table somewhere near the 5 if I'm trying to get up. Well, he's going the other way, I think, trying to get really thin.
Yeah, I like playing 2 rails to the 5 off the 3.
I think if he's going this way, he has to play left English to check the cue ball to make the angle. I don't know whether he can get it, can he?
No, it's just about how much he takes. He definitely can get it.
Oh, that's perfect.
So, guys, the
really
9-ball world championship is now up.
Right.
You can sign up, and note that it has break box.
And now the 1 ball's in that awkward spot where you've got to be brave to play maybe a 2 or 3 railer to get to it.
Let's see what he plays here. I like playing off the 3 to the 5.
Yeah, well, I think, you know what he did if he's going to try and come down to this 1, he's got to risk the side pocket to try and get a hit in a long rail to get to the 1. No, he is going to the 5. This looks not too bad.
No, he just didn't have it quite online. Not a bad attempt, but it's.
You know what you need to do, Steve? You need to do a write up on the homepage if you haven't done it.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been done yet. Watch out. Watch out. Oh, he had that 5 ball going right at the pocket. Well, I mean, he's got the balls all down on this end of the table. If we can keep them down here.
We've got 3 signed up already.
I mean, yeah. Boy, it's pretty close playing off this 5 ball. That titty is looming. I think he can, but it's awful close to the titty. When he catches the titty, it's not gonna work. And you got no play off the 1 ball.
No, this is where you've got a.
Well, you can play to the 3 ball. Yeah. It's just, you got to control the speed because it's.
Yeah, that's not brave enough for me. I'd be going right side of the 3 ball with left English around the 3 rails, 4 rails to get to that 1 ball down there. That's what I'd have been doing.
That wasn't a bad play, but unfortunately he didn't get the 5 ball any further from the pocket.
But it's a run of 3 so far. He's in the lead.
He's got to play off the 1 to the 5. I mean, because he can get the 5 out of there, and it would be difficult to scratch, though not impossible. I think if you hit it easy, it'd be pretty hard to scratch. He's going to do the same shot again.
Yeah, trying to draw. And see, this is what I'm saying. He's set up an easy start for Albinario here with that shot.
I can't imagine Albin's not going to play off the side rail back into the 1. He's going to just hit it then. Okay.
No.
Well, and he's managed to keep them pretty close together, although it doesn't look like they're going to stay that way.
Well, he's got to send a 3 somewhere near the 5 so that he can get off the 3 into the 5 and get the 5 out of there.
Yeah, I agree. He needs to push the 3 over. Well, I don't think he hit it the way he wanted to, and a little harder, and the 1 comes right back around too. Well, this is not looking promising.
No, but he could go. He could go 3 rails to the 1 off the 5.
Gotta make sure you don't bank the 1 in, because it's.
Well, the 5 ball's now almost dead.
He got away with 1 there. He's lucky he didn't.
Yeah, that 5 ball's out the game.
Well, you can play off the 1 into the 5 if you're brave enough. I mean, there's no scratch there. You can certainly get it out, but you got to be pretty brave and to play off the 1 to the 5 because you got to get on the right line. It's got to be coming in, right on the end rail there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's a bad play playing to the 5. As long as you get below it there, you're not going to scratch, and you're not going to make the 5.
I think if he tries off the 3 here, he's likely to get a double kiss off the 3 with that 3 coming off the rail.
Actually, I think he can play like 3 rails, come behind the 1 and into it. I think he can play from the 3 to the 1. He can also play from the 1 to the 3. I mean, he's got that shot also. Make the 1 go back and forth and play 2 rails to the 3 ball. I like playing for the 5 ball here off the 1. It's just, if you're not sure of the line, then it's a pretty risky shot. He's going to play off. I think he's going to play off the 1 or the 3. And if he plays off the 1, it's going to be 2 to the 3. He may even draw this, which I don't like, but he may try to draw off the 1 into the 3. I think the biggest problem with playing from the 3 to the 1 is that side pocket's in play. Yeah, he's going to shoot the draw shot.
And that's definitely, there's nothing more to be made there. We'll be here for another hour.
See, playing off the 1 into that 5 was, going 2 rails was a lot safer because the angle you're coming into the 5, that draw shot was risky.
And I mean, again, I'm thinking in Cobra's situation, and I've seen Cobra been, or somebody was in this situation in one of the matches. It might have been Cobra, with the 5 ball's dead in the pocket. Cobra's already 4 caroms behind. He's in 93. Albinario is looking at the finishing line in this rack. He's not there yet, but if Cobra gets to the table, I think he's got to use his head.
I like that shot choice. Is he going to get it? No. I thought that was the right shot, but it just didn't quite get it.
Well, he's going to.
He's got a gimme carom on the 1 to the 3 here.
Yeah, I'm thinking ahead though. There might be a situation whereby Cobra can get rid of that 5 ball and get it in play, take the foul, but you can only do that at the right time. It is his only chance, I think, of surviving in this rack. He must get the 5 in play. Did he hit that one?
Yeah, he did. He thinned it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a rough one, because he puts it in play for Albin too, and Albin is
exactly
still,
yeah
3 away from being able to go for the win.
But there could be a situation arrive or come into play, but he has to be alert to it to know when to make the move. And that, to me, I think that's his best chance. There's not an occasion right now where he can do that, but he has to be aware of it, because I think he's dead in the water unless he gets this 5 ball in play.
Well, I mean, it's certainly tough to make up ground with that 5 ball sitting there. I mean, if you're going to take a chance on it, you might as well do it now while Albin's further away, because you fart around here and, okay, let's say Albin gets 1. Now he's only 2 away. So the closer Albin is to the 100, when you put that 5 ball out, the more chance that you're going to lose the match. So if I was Cobra, I would have made the 5 ball right there and taken the chance up front.
It would have been, if he was potting the 5 ball, the 5's going to spot right next to the 1. So the only thing he'd have had to have done is to make sure that he had the cue ball behind the line of the 5 and the 1. I think that would be too risky to have potted the 5 and the 1 ball where it is. So he has to wait in a better. He has to wait in a better occasion. But as I say, he's got to be right on the ball and see that opportunity if it comes. It might never come, but there's always that chance it could.
Well, I mean, the problem he's got here where the 3 sitting is if he just pots the 5 and leaves it near the pocket, it's a pretty easy hit from the 5 to the 3. But, Albin's also not great at carom, so, the balls are still spread apart, in that situation. I mean, I think if he plays this game, he's going to lose the match because Albin's going to get there before he does.
Yeah, I would agree with what you've said there, Tam, but, Cobra's not in a situation where he is the better caromer of the 2. And he's chasing Albie's tail. He's 3 behind.
Yeah, well, from what we've seen this match, Albin's got the advantage in the carom phase.
Right now, the situation is perfect for Cobra to pot that 5 and take the risk.
Except Cobra's not at the table.
Exactly, that's the problem. But he is going to be at the table in a second, and now he has to think of what he could do. What could he possibly do here? Well, he can't pot the 5 and leave the cue ball there because the 1's now awkward.
He could try to freeze him on the 3 ball. That's a touchy shot. I mean, you can get him frozen on the back of that 3 ball, pot the 5 and freeze the cue ball on the 3.
Yeah, well,
that not that you wouldn't be able to hit the 1 because the 1's close. I mean, that's the biggest problem is the 1 being close.
I think he's trying to cut the 3 and spin into the 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was such an easy hit. It was probably worth doing. And he's got another pretty easy one right here.
Same shot. Just cut the 3, bump the 1.
Yeah.
No.
So he's got himself in a position where he's able to get some points, and I mean, this is a pretty easy carom here. The 1 to 1 to the 3. He's looking at playing that same kind of shot from the 3, which the good thing is it keeps them closer together. But I think the carry him off the 1 to the 3 is way easier. It's a big 3 ball. It's not a big 1 ball. He's going to play a thin on the 1, and this is extremely difficult to get right.
Oh,
boy, he made a pretty good attempt at it.
So
the
1 point behind.
Is now he's got Albin down here with a pretty easy hit. He's just going to go 2 rails
And
to 3.
if he gets behind us 3, this is a good chance here because he should have a follow-up shot. He's got to get behind it though, and that is perfect.
And he does. Yeah. See, now the ball. The thing is Cobra is trying to keep the balls all together down here, but the trouble is they're also together for Albin.
Yeah.
That wasn't the optimal way to hit that. But I mean, this is still doable. This isn't an extremely difficult 2-rail hit. It's just not guaranteed. You got to be pretty thin on the 1, or on the 3 ball.
And he's going to be easy for the out for a 3-1 lead.
He's not going to miss this.
No.
Well, it's all over off of Cobra. We've said this a lot of times when the guys have been down, hill to nothing or hill to 1. And we've seen the guy that was behind come back and once even win, but it's just a tall order. It's hard to do. Cobra's got to win 3 games before Albin can win 1, and that's rough.
Yeah, it's a long haul back.
But, I mean, anything's possible. I just think Cobra's going to have to play better because even though Albin's not playing great, if they keep both being mediocre, then eventually Albin's going to get a game won. Cobra's going to have to play a lot better.
Well, Albin's got a huge advantage here. I mean, in the overall context of the match, he's 3-1 up. He's got the break in rack number 5, and he's got the opportunity to try and take the match right away from Cobra right here. If he can stack one up here.
I'll tell you, Hugh, after this Cowboy World Championships, I don't think these guys will be clamoring for another one of these for a while. I think it's going to be 3 years.
Yeah, they've
probably
had
minimum before they're going to want to play another one of these.
They've had their fingers burnt.
They're going to be so happy to be playing 9-ball here upcoming.
It's good that they've tasted the pain of Cowboy.
Yeah, Cowboy's a tough game. I mean, straight pool's a tough game because, that's another pain game. Straight pool, it can just be brutal.
Yeah, you spent 45 minutes putting a big run in straight pool and then boom, you scratch. Or you get locked up or whatever, ball rolls the wrong way or whatever.
Bad rolls, yeah. On the break shot, I mean, it's somewhat predictable, but it's not completely predictable. All kinds of bad things can happen, and then, I've seen straight pool matches, 150 straight pool matches, where the guy breaks and the other guy runs 150 and out. So your total contribution to the game was you got to break and the other guy ran out.
Is the alert appearing in the lobby for this tournament already, Steve? Because if it isn't, Semi-Pro needs to go to the calendar and go to the 9th of February and you'll see the page. The tournament sign-ups are open.
I'll put something in the banner.
It's the 8th of February for those in the States, but it's the 9th of February for us in...
No, it's showing in the lobby. 9-ball World Championship, 26 days, 4 hours, 22 minutes.
Oh, well, there you go. So get in before. Obviously, Stubb is asleep somewhere because he doesn't know it's open.
It is going to fill up, so you definitely don't want to wait around. You want to get into it early because I'm expecting it to fill up.
9 ball in the snooker table, very tight pockets. You are mad, Slim.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're gonna make the pockets a little easier so you can make a ball. I hope you're gonna play in this one, semi-pro.
Well, he won't because Stubbs in it.
You're not gonna work through the pain if you don't get back in there and play. Well, it doesn't matter if Stubbs in it. The thing is I learned this lesson the hard way. Is that there were people that I didn't like, and guess what? Every time I played them, I lost, and I finally realized that I was just hurting myself by coming into it with that attitude. So then I just went, I don't give a shit whether I like the guy or not. And then I started beating those players in matches. It's, everybody's different. Some people, maybe if they don't like somebody, they could play great. Is this even going to get to the hole?
Is it going to get to a rail, more importantly? Yes, it has done.
It did get to a rail. Wow, that's a big mistake. But, you got to leave all that stuff behind because it's just going to hurt you for most people. It's just not going to help the play.
Well, Albie was hoping to take the match away from Cobra there, but he's failed to do so. The run ends in 30.
Well, that's just one more silly mistake there because you just, to come up short on a pot like that.
Now,
that's not something that should be happening. I mean, maybe it was a mouse fart. I don't know.
Albinario has just said be right back. So Cobra's at the table. Albinario's maybe gone to the bathroom or gone for something to eat or drink.
You hate yourself. Is that why I lose? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't have a whole lot of experience with that. Sometimes I feel like I should hate myself the way I'm playing, but I don't know if that matters or not. You see things, on pro sports teams where guys don't get along and stuff, and they still win championships. I mean, the Chicago Bulls, who won a lot, those guys didn't really get along that great.
You know something? Earlier on tonight, I was asking the guys what's the score in the snooker, and I'm forgetting I've got a bloody phone with BBC iPlayer on it, and the match is live on iPlayer.
Speaking of the Bulls, one of my favorite lines in sports of all time was the coach Phil Jackson. He's having a team meeting, and he says to Michael Jordan, he says, "There's no I in team," and Jordan says, "But there is in win." what a great response.
Yeah, I like that one.
And he was a winner. Well, Cobra needs to do it here. He can't afford to let Alvin get to the caroms first because he just doesn't seem to be able to get through the caroms very fast. So he needs to get to 90 now.
I've got a question. Is that snooker finished? Did was what's his name not 4-0 up at the interval? It must be over because I don't see it on the iPlayer. It must have finished.
Yeah, snooker's a great game. They just need to let me rewrite the rules for them. 6-0 whitewash.
Oh, God. That's why
And,
it ain't on.
if I was rewriting the first snooker rules, the first rule that would go would be foul and miss. If I was going to have a subjective rule in that situation, it would be, I mean, you can get rid of foul and miss and still leave it subjective, which is subjective is always bad. But I'd say something like, okay, well, if the referee deems that you missed the ball on purpose, it's like a 40-point penalty, something like that.
So, has Rob got Stubbs disease? Is Rob's caps lock button broken?
No.
Well, Cobra's on 24, 6 points behind, and he's going to be level pegging with this little nudge in the 3. Now I think he's nailed that to the rail. He might not be so keen on it now.
Yeah, no, this isn't bad at all. I mean, that's an easy carom from the 5 to the 1.
See, watch the cue ball.
But he hit it. He hit it in a way because he's not sure of the line. He didn't need to hit it that speed. See how he ended up going behind it?
Yeah.
That was pretty much a half ball hit, and he's going to hit the 1, and he didn't think he could get it wide enough, so he hit it hard. Then he ends up going behind it and almost scratches off the back of it.
Yeah, that's always a fatal move.
Yeah, you got to be more sure of the line. And if it was a little bit on the, you thought it was a little bit on the short side, I think you're better off hitting the 5 ball thicker.
Again, he's missed the 5. Was he playing for a carom there? Was he actually sure what shot he was on? I think he was playing a carom there because he would have potted that 5 every day of the week.
I'm not sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, he may well have played out a turn there as far as the shot type goes. So that run ends in 31.
Well, Albin's playing the 5 ball. Oh, he's playing a carom. Wow. Now that's a little surprising. Playing the carom and missing it. He's got an open table and he played the carom and he could have shot the 1 or the 5.
Well, Cobra's been let off the hook again.
Yeah, that follow through shot at distance is not easy. When they're close together, okay, but when you got some distance, that was certainly a missable shot.
Yeah, Larry, I know it was a pot. I knew it was a pot he was on, but what I was saying is the way he played it, he was looking at the line on the 5, and I think he was looking at the line on the 5 to the 1 to hit the 1 as well. So I think he might have played the wrong shot. I think he might have been trying to play the force follow to the 1. That's why he missed the 5. I mean, the 5 was not a difficult pot in the side pocket, but I think he was focusing on that 1 ball.
Oh, good. Semi-pro is in.
Yeah, but he's got plenty of time to withdraw. He's maybe only doing it to fool us.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to jinx you, Semi, by saying you're the favorite to win because you're not. So, I think the betting favorite to win it's going to be Albin.
Yeah. Oh, this is really, really awkward. Right over the 5. I'd be playing a double kiss 5 and coming down to bump into the 1 or the 3. I'd be just giving it a bang.
Well,
yeah.
I don't think he needed to jack up as much as he did. I mean, he could have been a lot more level on his cue.
I think he had as much chance of hitting the 1 or the 3 from a double kiss in that 5 and running the cue ball back up the table here as he had to play in that shot.
Well, here's Albin acting like he doesn't want to win.
So we are now 3 hours and 18 minutes into this final.
You never know, Yama might sign up.
No, I don't think he'll sign up. I don't think the time zone suits him at all to guarantee he'll be there for matches.
Well, it's tough being in Asia when there's so many players in Europe and the U.S. That's tough. Well, this is a situation where Cobra is again getting another chance to put a big run on him and get in position to win this game.
Why is he not thin cutting the 5, get the 5 in the spot? He's bound to have a carom on the 5-3.
Maybe he's scared he's going to miss it. I don't know. I do know one thing is making decisions based on fear is never a good way to compete. That's definitely the wrong thing to do because you're already in the wrong frame of mind and you're just feeding it by doing that. Well, now he's left himself really funny on the spot.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is not the pot you want. It's real good if you're on a carom, but he's not.
Well, the only bonus you can get here is he'll get the carom in the 1 when he's playing the pot and the 3 up in the corner. Or he should do it.
Yeah.
No, he's gone for the side. He still get the carom.
He's made it, and
it's a long force follow.
Yeah, which the biggest problem with this is just it's hard to be as accurate on the 3. The 3 to the 5 are pretty close, which is good, but it's harder to be accurate on the 3 from that distance. All right. Well, he looks like he's got things back on track here. Maybe he'll get a big run. He just needs to draw this ball back off the 5 ball a little bit. From the center of the table, it's a half ball hit to the 1. So I'd be playing to put this cue ball in the center of the table. Center as in, left or right.
That'll do it. That's perfect. He's got a choice either way.
But see, I think the position he played there was harder than I thought. The other one was just guaranteed. It was just a little movement of the cue ball.
Well, it'd be a different story, Larry, if there was 300 Japanese players in VP4 and 40 or 50 Filipinos and another 40 or 50 Chinese. It'd be a different story then. And a whole bunch of Aussies. Because that wouldn't suit the guys from the USA either. Well, Cobra continuing with a slow but sure approach. He slowly got to 19.
Larry,
the lead is 21.
It's systematic time discrimination is what it is.
But when you consider that there's I mean, from what I can recall, Larry's about how many regular guys from the States sign up to these big tourneys? Not an awful lot. I mean, Fast Eddie will be in it. Larry's in it. And I'm trying. Stubb will be in it. So there's 3.
There's other guys that interchange acts. He'll probably be in it.
And depending on when when your days off are, the time zone difference won't make a big deal of difference, provided you've got it on a day that suits you, where you could be playing a sort of abnormal time. So one thing to do is, like if I'm on my days off and there's a match on and it's at 3 o'clock in the morning my time, then if I was actually playing that match at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'd have gone to bed for about 3 or 4 hours and set my alarm and got up for the match, as I do for a stream.
Yeah, it's not abnormal, it's abby-normal.
And this is fine. 5 ball in the spot, 5 to the 1.
Yeah, well, Cobra's gonna maybe get to 90 here, and we'll see if he can get through a carom phase.
Well, I could do that my day off, Larry. That wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, and this is a simple thing. You just got to decide if you're going to the side rail or going straight to the 1.
Well,
Pick something, know the line.
Philip can't stand the pace. He's had enough. Thanks for watching, Philip. It does take a bit of patience to watch this for 3.5 hours, and however long it's going to be.
Yeah, we don't really know when this is going to end.
Well, I mean,
it's taking quite a bit of time to decide what to do.
All you do is pot the 3 and stun off the rail and back up the table like that. I mean, that didn't take 20 minutes to think that one. The only thing is he's not lying. Well, he is. He's fine. He can bump into the back of the one here rather than going feather light thin. He needs to get to the rail, get the left English on it, and get the spin working. He's going the other way into the 5, I think. But I don't like that. If that's what he's doing, he's got to make sure he gets the cut right in this 3. Yeah, he's overcut it. But you see, that's why. I preferred the 2 rail into the 1. It was a bigger target as far as I was concerned. So that run ends in 40.
You don't expect him to miss that. Well, and the table's sitting really good for Albin.
So Cobra's contributions are 31 and 70, give or take a single. 31 and 40, which is better in terms of contribution, but as long as he's still short of that 90, Larry, why am I calling him Larry? Albie's still in with a great chance of getting a lead here, if he can stick it together. Now, Albie's an hour in front of me, so it's 11 PM his time. I feel sure Albie wants to get to bed. Oh, is Keith there? Oh, that was... I don't know whether Keith told you the story. Told you guys the story, but he sent me a message on my phone, and he got a Christmas present this year from his dad, and he finally got the personalised number plate for the car. He's now got his own. He's got his own VP handle as his number plate for the car now. B11TME.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Are you still messing about with this VP4 and that PC of yours, Keith? And that Turkish guy, has he been giving you any more bother, Steve, since I dealt with him?
I don't know.
Or you just send them to the recycle bin, do you? Because what's his name again? Sex Trillion. I meant to ask him if everything, because he said everything was fine. When he was in a room when we were doing the stream before, who is it? Somebody went into the room and asked him how things were going, and he said everything was okay. So my expert help might have helped him.
Yeah, well, maybe it's like some quantum particle. You look at it and it's not there. All right, well, he's still okay here.
Well, if you can get the system wiped and everything goes okay, Keith, you've got until the 9th of February to get signed up for the 9-Ball World Championships. There's always a chance. Oh dear. That's a big fail by Albie.
It certainly is. And gotta figure Cobra is going to get to 90 this turn.
So Albie's contribution is 30 and 21. And Cobra now, well, got to get the 3-ball in play. That's a priority here at some point. So he'll probably end up, I would assume he might end up potting the 1 here. Once he plays the carom, he might end up potting the 1 and going 5 to 3 to get the 3-ball in play. Oh, Philip's back. I was thinking he'd gone for the night. He's got 23%. I think your 23% is not going to last long, by the way, in your battery. I think this match might drain that out of you.
Well, we'll see. I mean, these guys are futzing around here in this game.
It could be the same old if Cobra gets himself to 90 and then stalls and can't put a run together to get deep into the caroms and really apply the pressure to Albie. Well, this ain't good. Whatever way you look at it, I mean, it's asking a lot to play a big stun off that 5 to get along the rail to the 3, because that looks like what he might have, unless he stays below the 1, so he maybe cuts the 1 into the side of the pocket, and well, he is going for the stun along the rail. I mean, he could have stayed below the 1 and played maybe a 1 or a 2 railer down the left side into that 5-ball. And that's a bonus. Now he's in real good shape because he's got the 3-ball to take him to 90.
Yep, and he's going to be right on a carom. And let's see if he can get the balls close, because he's not going to run a lot of points with the balls far apart. We've seen that. So he needs to figure out how to get the balls close together. And bump this 5-ball down next to the 1-ball and see if he can work it. Needs to hit this 5-ball pretty square. Yeah. A little light on that. I mean, the problem here is how is he going to keep the balls together?
Well, I think if he plays his stun into the 5, but stuns it firm around the angles, he can get it down this direction. He's risking potting the 5, but he then might have a 3 to 5.
Oh no, he's not going to pot the 5. It's going to come way short. Yeah. He didn't hit it.
Well,
Maybe
look at the line of the 5. See if he'd hit it. It's going that direction, and he's got an easy carom to follow. He's not seen that shot.
Yeah, that's what I thought he'd do, is put it by the 3. So now we're getting into the stuff that's starting to get crazy, where he could lose his points.
Yeah, this is just.
No, this is
I think this is where he's missing a trick.
Well, if you play one pocket, that 2-railer is a real common one pocket shot.
Now it's the draw from the 5 to the 1. He could bank the 5 back to the 1 as long as he doesn't pot it and stun down to the 3 and try and keep the 5 and 1 down this end.
Well, he's doing what he needs to do, which is get well into the 90s.
Now,
if he can get to 95 or 96, that'll put him in a reasonable position to win this game.
Well, he could draw off the 5, bank it up and down the table, draw with a bit of bottom and left to make sure he's kicking into the 1. He doesn't want to maybe draw it to the... If he powers this and draws directly to the 1, he could scratch off the 1. He wants to come to the rail and bump it. Well, he's hit it the other side, so he's fine. And that's no good.
Yeah, no, things have just got tougher, but
I mean, again,
I'd be playing off the 1 ball.
He's got to be brave, but he won't be brave enough. You see.
Well, and the thing is you can all play short of it for the 3.
He's trying to get it thin to get that. He has got it. We'll give him that one.
Oh boy, that was close, but he got it. It ticked it barely.
Now down to the 1 again. Is he going to be brave enough to go to the 1?
He's going to hit a draw shot. There's no way he's going to the 1.
Well, it just gets tougher and tougher.
Well, if you can get this game, winning from 3-2 is a lot more viable than winning from 3-1. So this is a big game for him. If he can get to 3-2 here, he's got a lot better chance.
He's trying to draw to the rail, the short rail. Yeah.
He hit it perfect.
Again, it's trouble.
This is not optimal here.
And he's got to watch if he's trying to.
Well, he's going to play the 2-railer into the 5. Yeah. I think that's the right shot. Got to make sure you don't shoot the 3 in the side pocket. That's the thing you got to watch out for. Yeah, see, he needed to cut the 3 more to get the angle, and that's where it was getting close to the side pocket.
Well, the run ends in 26, but that was a nice little run of caroms.
But he did what he needed to, which is get way up there, because, you know, we know Albin's not great at caroms, so even if Albin pops off a big run, you know, chances are he's not going to get to 98 before he gives it back to Cobra.
Well, I think, again, we've seen it before. I think Albinario now is switched on to the task in hand here. And provided that the fatigue isn't setting in and he's fully focused, he'll be trying to make a big dent into this deficit here and get into these caroms to try and chase Cobra down and finish this off.
Yeah, had a good angle on that. He can play the 5 ball and then play the 5 to the 3. He's going to play the 1 ball, which might be a good choice.
Well, if he's not risking doing anything with the cue ball off that 1, then it's going to be, well, he's decided on the 5. So it's one of these awkward ones at distance.
Yeah, he would have been better off staying closer to the long rail. But he managed it, you know. You got to be playing for half ball hit position.
Now that 1 ball's fine for potting, and if you can just drop it in dead weight, he could have a force follow from the 1 to the... Excuse me, a force follow from the 1 to the 5 or a long one from the 1 to the 3. But this is where he has to take a wee risk here if he does this. And that's not bad. It's not great, but he should be pushing the 5 ball on. He's gone inside it. Now it's awkward. Now what does he do? Well, drop the 1 in dead weight and stay top side of the 1.
Well, he's looking at the 5.
No, I think he's got to drop this in dead weight and just stay in the kitchen.
Yeah, I like that play better.
Now it's this is a testy one. He's blocked off in the 5, but he's got the 3.
He would have been better off running the cue ball more.
No, he hasn't blocked off in the 5. Tell a lie. He can go through.
Yeah. Here we go with the force follow again now.
And he's going to catch it, and he's catching it on the right side. Or the left side, but the correct side, if you know what I mean. Now this isn't great. I think he can still just push that around the corner, that 5 ball. He's going to go behind the 3, I think. That's the safest route, just to kick it. Oh no, he was in a pot. What am I talking about? Forget what I'm saying. I'm ready for bed. I was thinking he was in a carom.
Oh, this is nice. And he can push the 5 towards the pocket. Well, that was
a bit heavy. So now he's going to, I think, let's have a look at the angle he's got in one. Yeah, he can cut the 1 in and come across and play 1 to 3, get the 3 out of there. He's fine. Big target, the 3 ball. Can't miss it, basically, from in the kitchen. He can't miss it, I don't think.
Well, he's coming back.
Again, I don't see the logic in this. He's leaving this awkward at this distance. I would never have done that. But that worked.
Yeah, 82. So, Albin's got a long ways to go. He's going to have to do something in the carom phase because you got to figure that. How do you miss that ball?
Well,
was he playing a carom?
Yeah, he might again. That's a confusing thing. That's a confusing thing. He might have been played out a turn again.
Well, because Albin's not going to miss that ball.
And that's exactly probably what he's done. He's just totally lost the place, and he says, "Wasn't I on a carom?" So there's your answer to that. He cocked up. So you know what that is? That's one of them.
He's done that more than once.
Yeah.
Got to focus a bit. Well, maybe he's getting tired. They've been playing a long time.
Yeah, he's definitely showing signs of wear and tear. Oh, it just caught it off the back of the rail there.
Well, it definitely looks like we're going to be going to another game because it looks like Cobra's got this. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Albin to win from here. He's probably not going to get to the table again.
Well, this one ball needs to stay good, though.
I've always found that it's hard to win when you're in your seat.
Now, he's got the cue drawn back there. Is Cobra disconnected? Yep, there we go. Commentator's eye called it. Cobra has left the building.
Well, it's interesting that the cue ball's drawn back on yours because on mine it hasn't drawn back yet.
Oh,
he's back.
Now he's back. He might have played his shot on his end for all we know.
Yeah, he might have. Well, this is a pretty easy hit. It's not super thin, so I'm expecting he's going to make this hit. The question is where is the 1 ball going to be after this?
Well, I think if he just nudges this gentle, I think he should be good here. He just needs to feather this one ball, and he's bound to have a shot in either corner pocket. The easier one's obviously the left pocket.
I think that's going to do it.
Yeah, he's got to just bump it out of the way. It should be fine. So this...
Well, he's got to watch catching the titty with the one ball. This is a little funny because the one ball hits that titty, it stays in the pocket and blocks the cue. This is a little bit funny here. I might be drawing this back into the other corner pocket, not even taking a chance with that.
You know what I'd be doing? I'd be kicking in behind the one and bumping it and scratching that way. I think that shot's more on than anything else.
I agree. You're 100% right. That is the
get the spin working and bump it and go in that way.
You gotta make sure you don't get too deep on this.
Yeah, he hasn't hit it though.
He didn't. Well, he didn't get deep enough. Yeah, he hit that a little gently too. You would think that you'd put a little more speed on that. Wow. Well, Albin knows he's not going to get many more chances this game, so he better do something.
Well, this is where Albie's got to then protect the one ball. Unless he's got a guaranteed carom, he has to play wisely here to stay alive. And now he's in no man's land. Now he has to protect the one. Does he go for the carom because he has to? Or does he protect the one? Now, the way of protecting the one is to lose your points and scratch and just put the cue ball in the hole and take the risk that Cobra can't get in off that one ball by kicking up and down the table. But he's got to think about that. He's got to think about options of staying alive. And when you're desperate, you do desperate things. But this is not maybe wise to try and play the carom. This isn't a guaranteed carom, so if you're not protecting that one, you're leaving an easy out for Cobra. Yeah. He's obviously listened to the commentary.
Well, I think in that situation, that's probably a good move. But, you know...
I mean, this is a risk, and he could get out here if he gets this the right hit. But, you know, the odds of him getting it are not great.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a pocket there. I don't know what this shot is. I mean, it's at least 10%, maybe higher, a little higher.
Well, it'll be a cracking shot if he can get it. But this is the interesting thing for me about Cowboy, where you have to take that risk.
You know, the angle off the one is actually pretty good. He hit it
too thick, yeah.
Poorly. That wasn't too thick. It was dead on.
But he just needed a wee touch, maybe more pace there. But Albinario's now got a shot.
He's going to play the carom, I think.
Watch the cue ball. Oh. Now, see where the one ball is now. It's not easy for Cobra where it's sat now.
Yeah, and he can just follow this and get the cue ball back a little closer to the rail than the 5 and have an easy carom 5-3. Well, he's a little bit far away from the rail, but it's still okay.
Well, this is fine. He'll keep the 5 ball alive because this is just gentle and probably pot the 5. Well, he's bumped off the 3 there.
He has to pot the 1. He's at 89.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I'm too engrossed in watching what's happening and paying attention to the scoreboard. You're right. So now he's in the dangerous. Oh, that's terrible. That's a poor shot. That.
No, that's called dogging it.
That last shot.
If you want to see a pretty good example of dogging it, that was it. Oh my God, how did you miss that? I wouldn't have missed that.
Albinario's had a complete brain fart there.
Well, I'm telling you, there's a conspiracy for this to go to Hill.
Oh, he's just got it. And what a mistake by Albie.
Well, he probably wasn't going to get to 101 that turn anyway, but, that pretty much did it right
So, Cobra back to within 1.
Well, this could be ugly. He just lined him up, I think. Is he okay here? I think he's okay. He can follow this.
That's too tight.
But I think it's okay.
He might catch a feather edge of the 5, but he might go through for the 3 like that. That's always a 2-in-1 shot.
Watch out! Yeah, that was well played. Well, Cobra's got the break. Let's see if he can do some damage here. Albin seems to be having a few problems right now.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what's going on with Albin, but he's...
Well, what's going on is it's 20 minutes past 11 at his time.
Maybe he's falling asleep.
Cobra's an hour behind him. And we are 10 minutes, just 10 minutes short of 4 hours. And just remember, this could have been a race to 5.
That wasn't exactly burning it up coming out of the gates. You got 9 points.
Well, I think if that isn't the wake-up call, and I use that term a bit loosely, saying wake-up call for Albinario, I don't know what is. Cobra only gets 9 from his break.
Well, he should shoot this 3 ball. That's what I'm thinking he's going to shoot. He might shoot the 1. Now what's going on?
I think Albinario's disconnected now.
Well, maybe he decided to go to the bathroom and figured Cobra was going to run more.
Well, that could be. That could also be it. He probably thought, I'll sneak out here while he's at the table.
He's probably going to shoot the 1 ball, but that may not leave him the best carom. If he can get the cue ball out more into the middle of the table, then the 3 to the 5 is not too bad.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in so far. The usual suspects are in. We've got Bankster, Bedhead, Larry, Bill, Rabbi's in, Semi-Pro and Tommy.
Yeah, Stubb is still complaining to me about the World Championship he ended up not getting because he was a nit when he was supposed to play Cobra. And he paid for it.
Yeah, well, has he learned his lesson? Well, he's certainly. I think
he's still saying, "Oh, it's a fraud if we don't play it." I mean, he had his chance to play it, and he didn't want
to.
Well,
he just messed about.
He made his choice, and it's like now he doesn't like it because it didn't work out for him.
He has gone for an energy drink.
Well, I mean, that might not be a bad strategy at this point because he does seem to be struggling. I mean, that 1 ball, missing out 1 ball was that was just crazy. I know I feel like I'm falling asleep. I can't decide whether I want to fall asleep or eat. I'm hungry and sleepy at the same time. Is that possible? It's not for my cat. When my cat's hungry, it's never sleepy.
Well, Albie's back.
He's going to shoot the 5, it looks like. Which, if he comes back across, he should have a pretty easy carom on the 1. Well, he didn't come back across quite as much, but that's still okay.
Now he's going to have to stay top side of the 3, I think. Now it's a bit trickier.
Yeah, he's a little more angle than he'd like to that 5 ball. He's fine. Yeah, maybe it was about a half ball. You got to be able to recognize those. I found at certain angles, it's hard, at least for me, it's harder than others to recognize that half ball hit. It's probably just because I haven't played enough caroms.
He should just slow up because he wanted to be able to make sure this was a sort of cinch onto the 3, and now it isn't. So now he's going to have to go up table to the 1, and that will do it. I think his intention there was maybe to nudge the 3 in with the carom, but it was too dangerous.
Yeah, now he's funny.
Yeah,
I would have shot the 5 and tried to carom the 3. But that's me. I'm greedy. All right. Well,
see, now he's fine. Now he can.
He's gonna make the 3 here too.
Yeah, to just brush this in.
I'll have the shot on the 5. Well, he left himself the back cut on the 5.
It'll be 1 and then 1 5.
Yeah.
Again, stating the obvious, it's the simplest shot to play. I mean, it's staring you in the face, so you don't need to think about it other than just dropping the cue ball through.
Good. You watch pros play pool, that's what they try to do, is simple. I watch Dennis Okoye play pool. It's amazing how simple he can make it look.
Watch that crack of the cue ball there. Any more weight in that? Well, it was going to the rail, so it was okay. Thank God I've only got a short shift tomorrow morning, because I can go to bed. I can go to work half asleep, do my shift, get home, get a cup of coffee, have a snack, and fall asleep again. That's a guarantee.
He's got. Yeah, neither one of these is automatic.
You know, this is stunned. He's missed it.
He's missed it. Yeah.
Well, that's a run of 28 over.
Well, that's not wonderful either.
So Albie's first contribution, 28, from his break, and that is just... No, it isn't. It was from Cobra's break, because Cobra only got 9, didn't he?
Yep. Yeah, it was Cobra's break.
Well, it's Cobra. Is his mind still on the job in hand here? Is he going to pull something out of the fire and take this match all the way? What the hell's that? What's that picture he's got there? Well, it's a Cobra with a cowboy hat, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he upgraded his picture because he got a lot of grief about, his crappy Cobra picture. And, I mean, you got to give him credit. That one is a lot better.
It looks as if he's got Walter Brennan's cowboy hat on. Stumpy. Walter Brennan in Rio Bravo. I must have seen that film 100 times. Now, has he got the force follow here? No, he hasn't. He's going to have to do the force follow to the 1 because he can't get to the 5. Well, he's looking to get this wafer thin. He's got... no, he isn't. He's just looking at the line. I don't know whether he's taking enough. He's got to go a wee bit left of this 3 ball. That might be it. That might be it there where he is now. Now he's messing about again. He's doubting himself here. I mean, he's got to just see the line of the shot. Though I think the worry he's got is that the 5's going to bump the 1 out of the way. I think that's where he's worried. He's trying to cut across and hit the 5. Yeah, I think that's why he was thinking about that there, because it was likely that the balls were going to interfere with one another. So how many have stayed the pace with this? How many are on Twitch and how many are on YouTube? I can't think there'll be that many lasting the distance with this thing. This is like a mild form of torture watching this. It's dwindling fast. White's still there.
Well,
I think he should be trying to hit this one as thin as he can and just send it over the hole or in the hole.
well, I'd go for the fat one. I'd follow through the 5. I think that's safer. He's going for the thin hit.
Thin and, well, he's kept the 5 in play.
He played that well. I mean, I'm sure he's playing for that shot on the 5. That was nice.
Oh, Fuzzy Dunlop's there. Good evening. Bill still there. Phillips got less than 23% left in his battery. I know that. 5 will pot, I think, as will the 3, but he's coming back up the table off the 3. What's the line on this 5 like?
Pot the 5, and you could either back up or roll through. I think.
Well, if he comes
funny rolling through.
If he comes back off the 5, well, now that he's shot the 3, he's got to go to the rail and bump this one. No, he's playing the old escape route, the draw shot.
Watch out. Okay, he's good. You get locked on that 1 ball on the cue, it would have been ugly.
Well, I have to say, it's been a long night, and it's been a long night since the first couple of racks where we had a 91 in the first rack from Cobra after Albinario's contribution of 8, and then after Cobra's contribution of 91 we had an 82 from Albi in response. The second rack we had a 90 from Cobra, and we've had absolutely nothing since until Albinario got a 50 in rack number 4. Everything else has been bits and pieces.
Yeah, what happened to those 2 players?
So
they've left.
Their big run contributions have died a death, and I think that's put the seal on the tournament as a whole.
Well, I'm not quite sure why he forced it over that much, but he's still at the table. Didn't leave himself the easiest pot, but
well, again,
I think say anything about it because last time I did, he missed it.
I think he'll just stay up top again. It gives him a sight in 2 shots if he wants it.
Yeah, he didn't really.
I would have hit it softer than that, though. He's still okay, though.
He can play off the 3 or the 1 to the 5. They're both pretty good. I like the 1 better because I think the angle's more conducive to not missing the 5 behind it, but he's going to play the 3.
That'll do it.
Well played.
Run goes to 31. Lead goes to 32.
Well, semi-pro, you got to be good at stamina and focus. As many times as you've been trying to run 147s and stuff, that takes a lot of stamina and focus. Yeah, I've been trying to do drills on my pool table, and it's just brutal. Those take a lot of stamina and focus.
So
And
stay in a parallel line below or above the one ball here, and you've got a guaranteed carom.
speaking of drills, semi-pros, I still haven't got to those. I got to get this physics update done, and hopefully I can get the shots that you did up.
Oh, aye, that's the thing. Again, there's guys that have joined and there's guys that have dropped in and out. That was one thing to mention. Now, does it say it on the? You said it says on the tournament page. I'm looking to see where it says about this break box thing. After 2 years, blah 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 blah. Set up, rack money in the spot, blah blah. Grand finale, chalk up, blah blah. I don't see anything about a break box on this tournament page. What am I reading here,
You
Steve?
just read the sentence. It said break setup is rack money on the spot, and the cue ball must be in the break box.
Where did it say that? Did I just totally not read it? Oh, I do. I see it now. Yes, my eyes have gone.
If you move your cursor just up the page a little, you'll see break box in the 9-ball options. Break box on.
Where the hell does it say?
Down at the bottom. Down there you go. Those are the 9-ball options.
Right. Right. I see it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is not exactly the best time of night that I should try to be reading something and comprehending something at the same time as I'm reading it.
We're doing the break box the way that they've been playing it on the Euro Tour. So, because there's different ways to define the break box. Okay. I initially told you it would be the diamonds. A diamond from. Okay, we're not doing that. It's vertically from the intersection. If you draw a line from the diamond to the head spot, or that crosses the head string, that's where the line for the break box goes. So it's narrower. It's a fairly narrow break box.
What? I don't get it. Well, no, you're not talking about from like the first diamond on the left to the.
Yeah, there's a diamond there's a diamond to the left and a diamond to the right of the end rail center. Okay, if you draw a line from those to the head spot, then or I guess it's the foot spot, the where the 9-ball's racked. That's the intersection of those lines and the head string define where the break box goes.
So is this going to appear on the table?
Yes.
Right.
And it's not going to let you move the cue ball outside of it. I mean, we don't have to have it on the table, but it's just another one of those lines. If you turn the lines off while you're playing, you don't want to see it, because the game's not going to allow you to move it outside the break box when you're breaking.
Mm-hmm.
But if you watch the Euro Tour events, you'll see them playing with the break box, and they typically just, the typical place they break from is far out as they can, right up by the head string. Although you will see some guys try some different things depending on how the table's breaking, but for the most part, that's how everybody's going to break, because they're all playing a cut break, and especially with that cut break, there's not a lot of variation. I don't know that players on VP4 are going to play cut breaks.
What did Albinario get there? What was his contribution there from Albinario to get to 79?
50 or 51, wasn't it?
Yeah, it must have been 51, because that's him on 79.
Yeah, he was on 28, yeah. So, we'll see what Cobra can do here. I mean, he managed to get through the caroms pretty well last game, which he'd been struggling with them. And last game, he went through the caroms pretty well.
Yeah, and it wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't particularly
you had
easy.
To work for it.
It's like, I don't know. I don't think Cowboy should be like this, but it kind of reminds me of bank bull. Like, I don't know if you guys ever play bank bull, but I've played not tons, but I played in Derby and played in the bank tournament and stuff. And bank bull is weird because you can get rolling and make you know you're running out banks tables, and then other times it's like it just seems like the ball doesn't want to go in. Bank shots are tricky. Sometimes they're hard to make. That's how these guys are playing Cowboy. They're getting these caroms, and sometimes they're just kind of cruising along like they're easy, and other times they're playing like they're impossible, and they just can't seem to make them. And I don't think the carom should be that hard. I think it's a lot of it's because these guys aren't carom players. Cobra's got a chance to get himself in a real good position this turn. I think it's almost mandatory. You can't rely on Albin continuing to screw up, miss balls that he should never miss, or play a carom when he's on a pot, or one of those. You can't assume he's going to keep doing that.
Yeah, well, I think Cobra's certainly realised now that if he fails to overturn this deficit right now in this visit, that Albie's going to be at 19. He's going to be into the caroms before him.
Hey, what do you know? I think he's going to play the right shot here. Yep. Good.
Well, the 5-ball's still no good where it is.
No.
And the other thing is he's now going to have a pot that he's going to have to dig out here one way or the other. And if he gently rolls the 1 in, he should be fine here.
He should have. He doesn't have to be that gentle with it. Because you want to get some angle here. Well, he doesn't. He likes going straight through. I would have rather got angle and played the half ball hit. This wouldn't be my favorite shot. A lot bigger target if he would have let the cue ball run over more.
It's a
He's going to
force follow
through it. Yeah.
And the double kiss has brought it slightly into the table, so now you can pot it and get it in play.
Yeah, he's well on his way here. He needs to get into the 90s and kind of shut Albin down. If he can do what he did last game, he's got a real good chance of winning this game and going hill. Yeah, the ebb and flow of matches is funny because, sometimes it just seems like the game is so easy, and other times it seems like it's so hard.
5 needs to bounce. Because if it doesn't...
Oh boy, it did, but it didn't very much. That's a nasty little cut there.
Oh yeah, he ain't dropping that into the side. No way, he's got to cut that up the table.
He could, but yeah, up the table is probably the easiest shot. He's looking at the 1 ball.
Yeah, I think the more that he looks at that, the more he'll be convincing himself he's got to take the 5.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to hit this with inside and go to the other side of the side pocket.
That's right. He wants to he wants to bounce off the rail and come out.
That's well struck. That's
nice shot.
Right in the throat. Yeah, that's the way you want to pocket balls. I'll tell you what. You see a guy in the pool room and he's pocketing balls and they're all going in the center of the pocket. Don't play that guy.
That was a good recovery. And no sooner we said that. Oh, has he got it? He must have just feathered that 1.
No, he hit the 3.
No, but he had to play the carom there, did he? Or did I miss the first part of the shot?
He went 5-3,
didn't he? Right, I missed it with the replay there.
So Cobra's in prime position here to get a win. I think he needs to get to like 95, 96 on this turn.
And more to the point, who won Friday night 9-ball? Because it must be over.
He's left himself a little funny here. He's going to have to hit this with some speed, or he's stun off the 3, or... Well, this is... You can play the 3 and go off the end rail behind and back into the 1 ball. That's almost a pretty natural shot to shoot the 3. That's well done.
Well, he's fine. Pot the
That
5.
that looked almost like a half ball hit. I thought he had a little more angle than that. Maybe he didn't.
5 ball, 5
Like
3.
he rolled that. Yeah, he's he's going to get there. I think he's going to get into the 90s. This is what you want to do: is make Albin have to do something. Well, he's going to have to shoot the 3 ball.
Now, he might dig into this to come back into the table towards us.
Yeah, I would think he would.
I don't know.
The other side rail.
I don't think he's going to try and cut the 3 and bump the 5. I think he's going to come up table towards us. No,
he just needs to draw over to the other side rail and bounce out a little.
Yeah, he needs to bounce out high enough so he can see the shot though. But the safest route would be to just get into it and spin it up the table. But that's what he's doing now. You see, he's making sure he's coming up the table. He doesn't want to go dead straight though.
Yeah, see, I would have tried to stop it a lot closer.
Yeah, get into it too much weight.
Let's see, can he get to this? Oh boy, it doesn't look great. Well, I thought he was going to get to 90.
I think he can. He's going for the draw shot though here.
Okay, well he's got it.
Well, at least he knows where his next caram's coming from. Because that'll take him to 81, getting a 5 in the spot. The run goes to 54 now. Well, this is a contribution that he had to make. And
let's see. He should be shooting a 3 after this, I would imagine.
As long as the 1 gets out of the way.
Yeah, he just got it.
Well, now he has to be also aware of what the score is.
Well, he's left himself, again, without the easy angle. I think he can shoot this 5 in the pocket and just follow into the 3. But he doesn't want to do that because that'll be 1 point too many.
Yeah.
Let's hope he's not doing that. Okay, he's not.
And the good thing is the 3 ball's still in play.
Yeah, he can shoot the 3. And he can play for the carom too if he wants. He can shoot the 3 and play to the 5 ball pretty easily.
Now, he doesn't want to do anything off this 1 ball to the 5 because he can come off the back of that 5 and scratch. So he's never going to play that. He's never even going to consider that shot. So this will take him to 89.
Yep, he's going for the extra and he's not going to get it. But this is a pretty easy carom from the 5 to the 1.
Now,
I'm not sure what he's looking up the other end of the table. Just shoot the 5 to the 1. That's the easy one.
Five ball needs to just keep rolling or slow up, one of the two.
Yeah, it didn't either.
Well, again, it's a big target. Go thin off the edge of the 1 shot rail and kick in behind them. You're bound to hit something. You'd be really unlucky not to.
I like that shot.
Oh, he's going to go wide, is he? Yes. Oh dear.
That was the only way he can miss it. You know, I mean, he might even wanted to put a little bit of right English on that to make sure, because the one was going to put left English on the cue ball.
So that's a run of 63. So we've had a 51 from Albinario, a 63 response from Cobra. They've woke up a little bit here.
Well, that was close. He almost scratched. Well, I mean...
But once again, look at the score though, Steve. He's only got to 90. He's not get into that carom run.
That's what I was saying. He really needed to get to 95 because...
Well, Bankster won it, did he? Well done to Bankster. Friday night 9-ball winner.
We'll see.
Oh dear.
My God.
Goodness me.
Albans must be tired because he missed that 1 ball earlier, and now he missed the 5 ball.
Yeah, that's...
He's got to be tired. That's just...
It's 10 minutes to midnight.
You just don't expect Albin to miss balls like that.
Well, I suppose the only benefit there is the fact the 5 ball's now dead in the pocket. Cobra's not playing to that. And so it's going to be tough for Cobra to score anything.
Yeah, Albin's going to get to the table again.
Albie says in the chat, I've lost the plot now, I think. What's it called? Goof Master.
What's it called?
I'll tell him. Hang on a minute. He's wondering what it's called. I've just told him you've gone goofy. Then he says yeah.
Well, I mean, the fact that he left the table tough, it hasn't hurt him because he's right back at the table. Cobra got nothing.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough.
Yeah, now Albin's got a chance to do something. He's got an easy carom here to the 3.
Well, he's got to play this baby-like because he doesn't want to bump the 3 away where it's not potable. He wants to get that 3 in the hole.
Well, the good news is that the 5 ball is going to get near the 1, and he's in a position here he could run a lot of points. Ideally, he'd want to come behind the 3 and bump it a little, but I agree. You don't want to hit it too hard and push it into the pocket.
Albie says, thought that would spot on 3. I can only see problem. I don't know what the hell he's talking about now. He's definitely gone goofy because he's talking gibberish as well. I don't know what he means.
And he did exactly what you don't want to do.
Well, he's potted the 3, so he's on 89. So now...
Oh, I guess he's okay. Yeah, I take it back.
Well,
I was thinking he was already going into the carom phase, but he's got 1 more.
Well, he's got a problem here. He's playing a carom when he should have been playing a pot, so he's definitely gone down the pan.
he's in full goofy. He did it again.
He has gone all. Now he's got question marks in the chat. He doesn't know what's happened.
That's why there's a HUD. There's a HUD for a reason.
Albinario has definitely lost it. Yep, and Cobra's told him you were on a pot. He had to thin cut the 1 and avoid contact with the 5 to get on to 90.
He's on a pot, all right.
He's on some sort of pot.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's sitting with a bong in front of him. I think that's his problem.
I mean, that's just like this is unbelievable what's happening. Oh God, I feel sorry for Albin. I mean, this is just brutal.
Oh, did he feather it? Did he feather it?
No, he didn't. So he got 1 point.
Somebody tell Albinario he's on 89.
Albin, it's open table, so you can't lose unless you dog it. Oh God.
Well, I tell you, I mean, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes now.
All right. Albin, you're not on a pot now. Okay, good. Here we go.
Now you're in trouble. That's where you are.
Is he really in trouble? Is it all that bad?
Yeah, this is bad. Because he doesn't want to be spinning off that 5 and playing to the 1. But I would.
It's not wonderful. I might play off the 3 to the 1. it's just a little funny with the ball that close to the
Oh,
rail playing off of it.
there's no way you can play off that 3 to the 1, Steve. No way. It's way too close to the pocket to get the cue ball around any angle.
Well, you can. You're actually risking making a 2-railer on the 3 ball.
No, he's got to go.
He's going to play off the 5.
And
play off the 5 and try to play behind it, but I'm not sure. Let's see, what's the line like?
The thing is, he's
the side pockets and the side pockets in the way to play off the 5 to the 1.
I'll tell you the major problem here is he's banking the 5 towards the 3, and if he doesn't get the carom, he's leaving Cobra in with an easy start here. That's the problem.
I'm not sure what he's trying here because
watch the 5 ball,
but that's not going to work.
Yeah, he didn't get the spin in it.
The problem is trying to come behind it. The side pocket was in the way. He was going to have to hit very close, just past the side pocket, to have any chance.
And Cobra says it could be worse. The match was to 5 originally. Yeah, well, watch the cue ball. Little double kiss.
This is what Cobra's good at, is when he gets the balls close together. And let's see if he tries to get the 5 close to the 1. He might try that. It's a little funny, though. I don't think he can at this angle. Yeah, that was going to be tough to hold the 5 up. Well,
good luck. Good luck with this shot.
Wonderful. Yeah, this is not what you want.
This is as ugly as they come, but I think if he can punch that one on the right half of the 1 ball and bump the cue ball into the rail and come out and hit the 5, can he just play it like a sort of numpty shot where you just bang at a ball and let the cue ball come out?
He could have played a 1 rail. He could have played off the rail into the 1 and into the 5. The problem is that you might make the 1 ball in the corner. And Alba's got the same shot. You can play off that side rail into the 1 and then the 5. It's sitting real good to do that. You just got to hit the 1 thick enough that you don't pocket it.
Now, was that Cobra just played the little tap there? That was actually quite clever because that was sensible.
Albin did the same thing back.
Yeah, that was sensible, not to lose his points and risk doing anything daft.
No. Even if he's getting back the same thing. And it's...
But you see, Albie's done what I said. Watch the 1 ball, though. He's okay. Play a bang just to get the cue ball running to it.
Well, that wasn't Albie. That was Cobra.
Oh, it was Cobra.
That was a very smart play by Cobra to preserve his points and then shoot that shot the next round after Albin gave it back.
Yeah.
Albin probably should have realized that and shot the crazy shot himself when he didn't have any points to risk.
That's what I was saying. The first time that came up, that's what should have happened. Cobra didn't go for it and played safe, but Albie had that opportunity to do what I was talking about. Now, is he trying to stun this down the rail and bump? Well, this is dangerous. He can't do that without making sure he doesn't pot the 1. He's trying to go 3 rails to the 5. That's an excellent shot.
That was well played. Yep, that was very well played.
Of that last shot.
That's what I'd like to see more of out of Cobra.
That's a good shot.
He wasn't doing that earlier in the match when he was losing.
That takes him on to 96. He's in a strong position.
He's got a chance to get the 3 ball out if he so desires right here. This is an excellent opportunity to go to the 3 ball and bump it away from the pocket.
Drawn to the 1 or drawn to the rail to kick the 1. No, he's going direct.
Well, as long as he can keep getting caroms like this, I mean, it's going to be to his advantage to have the 3 ball close to the pocket because it's going to stop Albin from making a big run.
Now, he could definitely play the 5, no problem, to get to the 1. I don't think the 5's going near the pocket.
No, it's not. I mean, that's a real good shot to play.
That's perfect. As long as it bumps out.
Yeah. Now, why wasn't he playing these shots earlier in this match?
Well, you see, now he's forced into doing it because he wants to win the rack and stay in the match. So he's now he's got to play a risky shot. If he wants to, he can go 5-1 and make sure he gets around the angles tight enough with the spin to get to the one top side of the one.
Or he can play to the end rail in the one, so he can hit the 5 thinner and he can play the end rail. I think
trying to stun direct to it.
Yeah, he tried to hit the stun and didn't get it, but he's in a pretty good position right now.
Well, Albinario now has to take the initiative, and it's up to him to deal with that 3-ball. That's the problem. Albie's got Cobra.
Well, you can thin the one and play off the 3. You got that shot there and get the 3 out. Hit the one really thin.
Well, I think he's pushing the one forward. Is he? Let me have a look. I think he is. I think
he's gonna thin this one.
Well,
and that will get the 3-ball out of there.
Well,
unless it double kisses.
Yeah, that's the only problem with this. He could end up fooling the face and just leave it there. He's not going to hit the one, is he? Yes, he is.
He's hit, but he hit that easy. See, I would have hit that with more speed and tried to get the 3-ball out.
Now, well, I know what I'd be doing because I'd still be taking the risk and going 3 around the corner to the 5 and down to the 1 and risking a big scratch. But if I got that side and hit the jaw there and hit the 3, I'd still be alive. It's a very, very dangerous shot.
Well, he could play the draw shot off the 3 to the 5.
He's trying to go around the rails. Is it going to tighten up? Nope. And what's worse is...
attempt and he sold out the easy carom.
This is it for the...
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go
final rack the side up.
Because he's going to come up with something after this. Wow. I'm a little surprised he didn't push the 1-ball forward there. Mm-hmm. Why didn't he hit that thicker and push the 1-ball forward?
Yeah.
Well, he's still got a pretty easy shot here to get to 100. It's just, where
the 1-ball ends up, nobody knows. It's going to be in the side, but it keeps running. I don't think it couldn't have finished much better than that.
No.
So this, to go all the way. Oh, he's coming back. At that distance, he's drawn to the corner pocket. I'd be for following into the side every day of the week. He's called the corner pocket here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it, and that could be fatal.
And Albin's got life.
And Albie's got a carom to start him off.
But the biggest problem is that 3-ball. I think Albin should have tried to move that 3-ball earlier because now he's got to run 8, and that's going to be very tough with the 3-ball where it is.
Yeah, he's got to take a risk to get a bump in that 3. But again, in the position he's in now, he's in last chance saloon. He has to protect the 1-ball. So he's pretty much guaranteed he's going to carom 1 to the 5.
Yeah.
But
no semi, the 3-ball is not a big pocket because you can't hit the 3-ball on that scratch shot. That's a foul. Oh, and he missed the carom. Is he going to get the 3-ball out of there? No, he's going to make it worse.
Well,
he's going to sell out.
He's doomed here.
All in all, a terrible shot. This is just a straight follow shot.
Absolutely straight in. I don't think he can miss this.
Well, anything's possible.
And I'm surprised. I'm surprised Albie missed that carom. That was not a difficult carom.
Well, look at some of the stuff Albie's missed. I think he's just tired.
There we go.
We got a Donnybrook here. All right, I'm going to take a quick break.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Well, he's got the 2-in-1 shot there. Missing the 3, but he's caromed the 5. Sigh of relief there. Well, we are 4 hours and 33 minutes into this match. And thank God it wasn't to 5. Yeah, that 3 ball, when it's over the pocket like that, you can't play the scratch into that pocket and use the 3 ball for it to go in off the 3, because that's a foul in Cowboy. It has to be a clean scratch where it doesn't interfere with any other ball to get to the hole other than the 1 ball. Yeah, Steve's going for a break. Oh, I see what you were saying, Semi, about the. I thought it was outshot you were talking about. So Albi was 3-1 up in this match. I'm pretty certain that was a score. And Albi broke off at the start of this final rack, put 17 on the board, and that's pretty much gone. But Cobra's, he can gently roll the 3 in and drag. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's dragging the 3 in just to kill the pace in the cue ball, to stay. Oh no, he's coming up, but he's gone way past parallel. And the cue ball has gone, and that is a big mistake. He should have listened to the commentator there. He had bottom in the cue ball, because I thought he was just going to drag that in and kill the cue ball. He's drawn it to come up the table, and that's a big fail. It could be a big mistake if Albinario can stay awake, that is. Oh well. Albie's definitely lost the plot. He's now lost his focus because he's in the stream, and that's never a good sign. But I think he came in the stream because he thought that Cobra was going to put a stack in the board there. Now he's got to focus again. But Cobra played the wrong shot when the most obvious shot was the one I was talking about. Just drag the 3 ball in and drag off it to kill the cue ball up the top end of the table. It's the safest shot. But he let the cue ball run to get bottom side into the table and scratched in the side. And just that's the great thing about Cowboy. You think you're high and dry and you're doing fine, and you let that cue ball run at the wrong time and bang. Not that Cobra was seeing the finishing line. He was nowhere near that, but all these points could have been his, and I think Albie's got himself locked out here. Let's have a look. No, he's fine. There isn't a problem here. He just needs to play the force follow and get to the 1 ball before the 5 ball bumps the 1. That's all he needs to make sure. And there's a strong chance that the 5, if it bumps the 1, is going to bump it into the cue ball anyway. Like that. He's fine. Anyway, welcome back, Jose. Nice to see you're still awake. Well, the tactical words of advice to Albinario is stay fully focused and put a score on the board, considering the fact that you didn't think you were going to have that opportunity. Now he has. He saw Cobra almost down and out, 3 racks to 1 down, and Albinario's lost focus for the last 3 racks. He's simply not been scoring enough. His last contribution of any significance was 3 racks ago in rack number 4 where he got a 50, and since then, well, tell a lie, he got a 51 in the last one. But Cobra had a 63 in the last rack. And then, of course, got into those caroms well before Albie.
All right, I'm back.
Well,
I've got myself a cup of tea.
Well, you missed a disaster there, Steve, because Albinario came into the stream. And he came into the stream for one reason, because he got, what did he get? He got 17 on the board from his visit. And Cobra came to the table, and Albie thought, well, Cobra's going to put a stack on here. Cobra played the wrong shot at the beginning of his run. I don't know what he had. He didn't have a lot, but he scratched the side, and suddenly, from Albinario distracting himself coming into the stream, he's now found he's got to get back to the table and focus, and he's now on a run of 22. He's awkward on the 5 ball.
This isn't bad on the 5. That's not a shot you should miss. Of course, we've been watching him miss a lot easier shots. With the 5's not a hard shot.
Well, at this time of night and after 4.5 hours, it's not easy.
Let's put it this way. If I was playing a match and I missed this 5 ball, I'd consider that a dog.
No, he ain't missing it. He's played it perfect, and he's nice for the little bump to the 1. Well, this is significant here for Albinario.
Well, maybe he's getting his 3rd and final wind, and he needs it because he's really been, he was really hurting that last rack. He made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes.
Well, I was saying that he was 3 racks to 1 up in this match.
Yep.
And he thought he was watching it going away there, and he's been given a lifeline, a huge lifeline that it's as big as he wants now.
We've seen Albin be nice and let people back in it before. And, honestly, this is kind of Albin's own fault that he got in this situation where now he's tired of making mistakes because, he had plenty of opportunities to win way earlier in the match.
Yeah.
Because Cobra wasn't playing all that great. He wasn't putting big runs on. And now Albin's in a dogfight, and he's tired, and he's been making mistakes, and it's just, now he's going to have to gut this thing out. This is just a gut check at this point.
Well, his run goes to 39, and he's got.
Oh, and he's sitting perfect on this 1 ball.
The 1 to the 3. And as long as the 3 gets out the way, and that's
Uh-oh.
immediately got himself in trouble.
Well, that's not good.
Oh dear, and he knows that he's leaving an easy carom for Cobra to start if he can't put this one away.
Well, but the good news is if he can put it away, he's got the good easy carom.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's not a shot you should miss, but at this time of day, you never know.
No, he's right in the heart of the pocket. The two shots that we thought would be tricky, he's nailed them right in the heart of the pocket.
And he can shoot this 3 ball if he wants. He can put the 3 ball on the spot. He can shoot this right now.
The angle's there, and he's going to get the carom. He can't miss the carom.
Yeah, and then he can shoot the 5 next. I mean, this is sitting real good to shoot the 3 and then the 5.
Always worries me when he starts looking around when the obvious shot's right in front of him.
Why are we looking around so much?
I mean, you're going to nudge the 5.
Semi-Pro said something earlier about how straight pull is brutal and this and that. And it's hard to stay
unbelievable!
Watch out.
Oh no, it was a carom, wasn't it? It was fine.
It was a carom. I just can't believe he didn't shoot the 3 in the pocket because now he's left himself this as a shot. Semi-Pro is saying straight pull is brutal, and it is. That it's hard to stay focused. And the thing is, it's really not that hard to stay focused playing straight pull if you play in a rhythm. If you're not playing in a rhythm, then it's super difficult. If you watch, especially the old timers like a Mizarek or a Butera, or you watch these guys that were great straight pull players. You watch them play.
They're racing around the table. Yeah,
they play in a rhythm, and if you don't play that way, then straight pull will just, you can't keep your focus because you're grinding too much. And I think Cowboy, it's a lot the same thing is if you're going to grind, this game's going to be brutal.
Well, this is definitely the most important visit of the match for Albinario.
Yeah, he's left himself reasonable here. I mean, he's going to play to the 1 ball. I imagine he's going to shoot the 5 here.
Well, 5 and go up top. Well, that leaves you the sight and the 2 shot options. That's the shot to play. It's the most obvious shot. I mean, you just follow through. You get up top. As long as you're up top of that 3, you've got 2 shot choices.
Well, it's been a long time since Albin has been, into the 90s first, hasn't it? I mean,
well, I can't remember when he did.
I will say, though, that Cobra has played the caroms a lot better the last 2 or 3 racks. And so even if Albin gets to 90, Cobra still can come back and win. At one point, I thought he wouldn't be able to run through the caroms, but he's been doing it good enough lately that he's still got a chance no matter what the score is if he gets back to the table.
Staying below the 5.
Boy, he ran that a little far, but he's fine.
Now, again, at the risk of tempting fate, do we want to see anything numpty happen here where Albie's not focused on the scores here?
Well, I think he should hit the 5 thick here and roll forward into 1, not thin. The reason why I don't like thin is because it's hard to come up with a shot. See, I don't like this.
That needs to slow up.
It stopped. I didn't like playing it that way. I would have gone through the 5 ball and forward into the 1. But he's got away with it.
Yeah, he's more than likely going to leave it as a 5 to the 1. He's putting a bit of right English on it to check it and straighten it away from the 3.
Yeah, that's well done. And
so the run is 61, and well, that's 2 short of his high run in the previous rack of 63. And now he's dead in the water. And he should have hit that a wee bit more vigorously. He's now got to dig out another recovery pot. He's dug out 2 so far, and this is the toughest of them all, I think.
Oh, hey, Semi-Pro, since I put in that 1,000-point straight pull thing. You've been trying to do the beat the 714 run Jason Shaw did?
No, well, he's just told you that he can't stay focused, so he's got no chance of doing that. He's just told you the chat.
Well, you have to play in a rhythm. That's how you stay focused.
Now, Albie's in two minds here. He knows he wants to stay at the table, but he's got to run the cue ball to make the pot, and the cue ball's running.
Yeah, well, this is definitely a tester. And he's overcut it.
He's overcut it, but he's kept his points, and it's a run of 62. And now, what is Cobra made of?
Cheesecloth, is that a valid answer? You know what cheesecloth does, right? It leaks like a sieve.
Well, we'll see if he's got the stomach for it, and whether he's awake, and well, that should have wakened him up.
Yeah, I think Cobra's got the stomach for it. You know, he was struggling earlier, and he kind of got himself together, and I really do think he's up for making a big run here. Hopefully, I'm not cursing him.
But in real life, I used to play, I think I've told you this before, but on a Friday, I used to be in the snooker club for when it opened at 11 a.m. And I then came out of the snooker club at midnight when it closed. I did that for years on a Friday, and still went to work the next morning. that used to be what I did.
Yeah, but semi, you haven't even got to the old limit I had in there. I spent a bunch of time to get that big limit in there. I've lost the plot before, but not like this. Well, I mean, Albin did. You had a pretty good turn there, so
Albie,
that's better than you've been going.
I hope you watch the replay, because you've done some numpty stuff tonight. I'll tell you that, and we'll get witnesses. That's even greater thing. We'll get plenty of witnesses. Playing the carom when you should have been playing the pot.
So I was kind of surprised I didn't get a comment out of you when I told you I got some tea. You're supposed to be like, what? An American got tea?
Yeah, that is a surprise. It's usually coffee, isn't it? That seems to be the
Irish breakfast tea. But I Americanized it by putting honey in it.
Oh, God.
I love honey in my tea. Sorry. I know that's blasphemy.
2 spoonfuls of sugar, that's what it is. None of this sweet X stuff either. The proper stuff that kills you, that's what Scots have.
Yeah, I'll tell you what,
don't
Alvin,
go half
that's
measures.
a good idea. What do you put in your tea? I thought you didn't put anything in your tea.
No, sugar. That's what goes in mine, and milk.
Oh.
But as I say, all the things that are bad for you.
Honey is great in tea. Honey is a lot sweeter than sugar, unless you're using fruit sugar.
No.
Like wildflower honey, it's super sweet. It's really good in tea. Well, Cobra's taking his time on this one. And he's got it.
Shot.
He had a lot of balls he could hit running that way. That was a pretty good choice. And you could do the stun over. It's possible to go between them. Oh, he's on a pot. Never mind.
I think it's safe to say, chaps, that we are heading past 5 hours for this match.
This is gonna. Is this going to be the record for a world championship match?
Yes. It certainly is, and just think how long it could have been if it was a race to 5. Thank God.
Yeah. Good thing. I remember Redback. He sent me a message saying, guys are saying this is too long a race in Cowboy.
Yeah, agreed. even this race to 4's too long. It should have been 3.
Well, you got to make the final longer if it's a single final. That's the thing.
But we didn't think it would be as slow as this. We thought these guys... See, if these guys were on form and they were scoring, this match could have been over in 3.5 hours.
But at least we didn't do the guy in the loser's bracket has to win by 2. So that's an option I've been thinking of putting in, because in a lot of the real life tournaments, when they do a single final, let's say it's, it was normally like race to 9 and then they do like a race to 13 single final. What they do is the guy in the winner's bracket can win 13-12, but the guy in the loser's bracket has to win by 2. So he can't win by 1. So if he gets to 13-12, he's still got to win another game to win the match. It's kind of a little throwing a guy a bone, since the guy in the winner's bracket, now he's got to play a match.
Yeah, but you know what the question is to that, Steve. So how long does that go on? Does it get to a certain score where it's then sudden death, or does it go on all night until the player gets 2? So that's a bit like the way tennis used to be in the final set.
So the player gets 2, or the guy from the winner's bracket gets up by 1.
Yeah, so it could be all night.
Well, I've never seen it go that long. I mean, for starters, it usually doesn't come down to a match.
Well,
and then if it does,
Cobra's missed the 5.
Well, that he's getting tired too, I think, because I mean, you don't expect him to miss that.
That run ends in 28.
This is becoming a war of attrition here.
Well, Albinario is now odds-on favourite. He's got to be odds-on favourite now. I don't think you'll take any bets on Albinario not seeing this through.
Well, you got to figure that Albin's going to make it into the 90s. The question is he going to get stalled, or is he going to be able to run more points? I'd imagine he's going to shoot this ball.
Now, the other thing, anybody that's watching this, just think if you want to try and get any positivity out of the length of this match, just think about it. This could have been, if Steve had had his way, this could have been 1 pocket, and we're here at 5 hours, and it could have been a race to 5 in 1 pocket. And
hey, some of these guys, I was just watching the other day. It was it was Chip Compton and Shane Van Boning, and they were playing like a race to 21 or 24 or something like that. 1 pocket.
Oh dear.
Well, one thing you gotta realize is these guys, they don't take anywhere near as long to play games, but it was still like a 4-night deal or something like that.
Yeah. Well, Albinario's got loads of juice on this.
But I played in 1 pocket.
And he's went round the corner, but he's got the 2. He's got the 2 and 1. He's got the 2 and 1, but he's scratched. Well, that was the right idea. He gave it enough to get there and get around the corner, and he got the second hit. But as Cowboy does,
and that's just the wrong time to have that happen. He's looking really good, like he's in control of this match, and that happens, and Cobra suddenly got new life.
Yeah, Cobra was thinking, well, Albie's got to be at the Carams. I might have jinxed him by saying that as well.
He was a run over Cobra on the side of the road until that happened.
Yeah.
Now he's been rejuvenated. Wow.
Well, the way this looks, I'm going to get lucky if I get 4 hours sleep tonight. But I'm actually wide awake now. I've caught my second wind. And now when I do get to bed, I won't be able to sleep because my head's going to be buzzing about the match.
Well, this tea and the honey is invigorating me. I've got new life. I'm no longer feeling like I'm falling asleep. Well, Cobra's got a long ways to go here, but he's definitely capable of it.
Well, that 3-ball where it is does not help the situation at the moment.
I'll tell you what, at this point, when you're as tired as Alvin's got to be, having that happen to him has got to be a kick in the stomach. or maybe even someplace lower than the stomach.
Yeah. The meat and tube edge kick in the stomach, yeah.
I mean, that was just brutal. You know, he played a pretty good shot, and to have it scratched like that, that's just, if you feel sick to your stomach when that stuff happens. I felt sick to my stomach before. I've had a headache for a day after screwing up. I remember I was playing a tournament at Hard Time Sacramento, and I'm playing a Mark King, and I got him down, and he's a champion. He's a good player, and it's let's see, what was it? We were playing we were in a losers bracket. I think it was race to 7, and it was 4-2 me, and I'm running out, and I dogged the 9-ball. And all I remember about that was the groan from the crowd. Hearing the groan from the crowd when I dogged this 9-ball. And so he wins that game and then breaks and runs 3 more racks on me. And I lose the match. It was brutal. Yeah. Those kind of things, they don't define you, but they can stick with you. You don't forget them.
Well, this 3-ball's still where it is. And Cobra's still a long way behind. Now, I'm not sure what he tried to play there. I'm not sure whether he tried to get far enough over in the 5 to try and stun into the 3.
Well, I'm sure that's what he's going to play.
Yeah. I think he wanted to be further over to the left. You see that? That's why he's left it short. He couldn't get there. And that
was it. What's he going to leave for Albin? And he's going to leave a pretty easy hit for Albin here.
So Cobra, only 11, I'm afraid.
Albin's going to have to be a little careful here of where this 5-ball is going, because he's going to have to overcut it, I think. I don't think you want to hit it hard enough with the undercut. He's going to have to overcut it, which means, what's he doing here? He's not overcutting it.
Well, again.
Oh, I forgot. He lost his points. I was thinking he was in the caroms. Whoops.
Well, I'm just surprised he didn't play to bump the 3.
Well, yeah. I mean he certainly had that shot in the pocket. Why wouldn't he?
Well, put it this way: if he bumps the 3 and if he even potted the 3, he's still on 89, isn't he?
Slow down, 5-ball. All right, here we go. Now he's got to avoid bumping the 3 now. He's just got to hit this with a little bit of pace.
Well, I'm worried at the fact he didn't move that 3 when he had a perfect opportunity to do it.
He doesn't hit this 3. I wouldn't. He can hit it with draw. He could hit this with top. All he has to do is hit it with some speed. It's going around the 3-ball. He's going to draw it, which you can hit the 3 drawing this too. He's looking at stunning it into the corner, and if he stuns us too much, he could scratch. Now he's not sure. Me personally, I would hit this with a Q-tip above center and put some speed on it, because it's going to swerve out around. It's going to curve out around the 3-ball. And that path is going to bring it down towards end rail. But you do have to watch out for the 1-ball if you shoot that shot. Yeah, this might be the best choice because he can control the cue ball. Well played. You know what? That was the right shot, because my shot was risky with the 1.
Let's have a look.
Okay, so now he's back in the caroms.
Well, the 5-ball
stays there.
The 5-ball is going to be getting close to that side. We've got to hit this really soft and thin. And that's not bad in terms of keeping it in play, but now he's got to dig out a shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is not so wonderful here.
Well, can he thin that 5? I don't know that he could hold a line off that 5. No, I don't think he can.
I'd play off the 1-ball. I'd play off the 1-ball here. The only thing you got to watch out for is the 1-ball going 3 rails into the side pocket, and you just got to realize what that line is.
See, the more I look at that 5, the more I think you can get to that 3. but you've got to hit it really, really thin.
No. That's an insane shot to shoot at. You got to hit it paint thin. There's no way you should shoot that shot.
Well,
I mean, that's a crazy shot, Hugh.
Well, Albies looked at it.
You got to play off this one ball.
He's looked at it. You're overcutting the one really thin. Feather touch thin.
This shot's doable, but it's insane to shoot at it. Because you could miss the whole 5-ball and then lose your point.
Now he's just fooling me in to make me think that he's going for it.
He's looking at the 3-railer from the right side of the 1-ball. Now, that's not too bad. There is a side pocket there, but he could play off the right side of the 1-ball and go 3 rails to the 5. That's a little bit more natural shot than the one I was talking about, 1 rail. I actually like that shot a lot. You just got to avoid scratching in the side pocket.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought he's maybe going to catch the 1 and then hit the 5, but it was tough either way.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy situation. I think he shot the right shot.
So Albie's response was 12, takes him into the caroms, but it doesn't take him to an unassailable position.
No, but that's big. He's getting in the caroms because Cobra's tired and he's having trouble just like Albin. So chances of him running to the 90s aren't great. People don't do this anymore, but once upon a time in pool in the U.S., people used to play insane matches where they would play for days. And I'm not talking about like what they do now, like where we play tonight and we race to this and then we come back tomorrow night. They would play for days straight without stopping. And I've seen matches that went like 5-6 days straight. No sleep. Let me tell you what. You want to talk about a war of attrition, and that was unusual, that many, but it wasn't that unusual to see matches that went 2 or 3 days. Can you imagine playing 2 or 3 days straight with no sleep?
I don't think that does a lot for your mental health.
Oh, well, it doesn't do a lot for your health, period. It's terrible for you. It's just, because of course they start taking drugs because that's the only way you can stay awake.
Yeah.
It's
so,
terrible thing to do.
They're playing 3 days and they don't blink.
The longest match I ever played was 16 hours.
Oh dear.
And that was a lot for me.
I thought when I used to play snooker on a Friday, that was long. Like 12 hours.
You say that to people. You say that people nowadays are like, "Oh, that's a long time." Back, when I was young, you say that, "Oh, I played a 16-hour match," and people go, "Well, that's nothing," because they were playing matches that were multi-day. But that's sort of what the point this is getting to, where who is going to get enough wind in their sails again to get this thing finished. And Cobra obviously at this point needs to catch up because
he's got to bunt the 5 into the hole, get out into the table, but not too heavy. That's a shot to get the 5 and back in play and try and get to the 5-3. He just needs to be careful with how much the cue ball's coming off the rail. Because it's going to be a cut from the right side of the 5 unless he comes right across the table. It looks as if he's drawn off it. Yeah, he's coming over the left side. Is he going far enough?
Watch out. He's funny. He's going to have to play the draw shot.
Well, the draw's the bailout shot. He could go, long rail, short rail in behind the 3, but he's scared of that.
Yeah, he doesn't like that shot. But that's a good shot because it's getting the 5 in position.
Well,
he's going to be, what do you call it? Hampered?
He's Chinese snookered over the 1 ball more or less. Not quite though, but it's awkward.
He's okay. These shots in real life are way harder than a virtual pool.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, he needs to watch that tip. He's digging down now.
Well, that's a pretty good match, Semi. Especially coming out the winning end of it. Yeah, those long matches are tough just because you got a big lead. I've only got 5% left. Phillips almost got.
I told him 23% wasn't going to be enough to see the night out.
Yeah, you never know. It might, but it's all right. So let's see what he comes up with here. He's going to get a shot on the 5. No, unless he shoots a combo. But the 1's a sit and duck. I don't see him shooting a combo. He's going to shoot the 1 ball. It'd be crazy to shoot at the combo. You can play the carom 3-5 carom next shot.
Probably. Well, if he plays it right, get the 5 on the spot.
Yeah. You got to be a little careful with these because you can follow the 5 in. You know, if you're going to play this carom, you got to play it lighter. Make sure you hit the right side of the 5 ball.
He won't be hitting this with any pace whatsoever. He'll just be dying on that 5 ball, or going to the rail and kicking in behind it. That'd be the one other way of doing it, which he's doing it.
Yeah, that's what he decided to do.
The only problem with that is, that's the only problem. You've got to keep a ball alive. He's now got to dig out a recovery for it.
This is not the shot you want. A back cut on the 5 or a spot shot on the 1. Neither one of them's guaranteed. Wow, that's this is not where he wanted to be.
Pressure shot.
And you definitely don't want to let Albin back to the table, but
he's going for the 5.
That's what I'd shoot probably.
And then it goes
just right in the heart. Good shot there.
And he's pretty good for the post follow to the 1, I think. Well, it's delicate for a thin one, so he's got to go force follow.
Yeah, I don't think he'll shoot at this ball either. Oh, he did shoot at it. I watch these guys all day. They don't shoot at that ball, and I'm always like, shoot at it, and they always hit it into the end rail. And that time he shoots at it.
I think pretty much the line that he had to take for the force follow was just taking the 5 into the hole anyway, regardless of whether he wanted to pot it or not. But he's fine at the moment. Now he's got another one where he's got to force follow. He can't risk going thin because he could easily skim past this.
This is one he can shoot the 3 at the pocket. That's what I'd be doing here. I shoot the 3 at the pocket.
Well,
every time I say that, they miss the ball.
Yeah, that's Philip's new nickname, Philip 4%.
So I got a friend whose high run and straight pull is 99 balls. I used to.
That must be. He must be getting. He'd be getting plenty of digs for that.
Sometimes numbers can be like not good. Well, and he's left himself a little funny again. Okay, I was thinking the 3 ball spots on the other end. I'm being Albinario. This is fine. Okay. I don't think he'll shoot this. I think he'll just roll it. He could shoot it, but I don't think he's going to.
Well, here's a question if anybody knows. Who's the captain of the 9 ball shots team? Is that Sylvia?
No, that's Traveling TT, right?
Is it?
Or
no, Traveling
9 ball
TT.
shots is Bobby Barris.
Yeah.
Right?
9 ball, what do you call him? Traveling TT was one of the players that one of the 3 players that never showed up last week. You sure it's not Sylvia?
No, she's breaking away.
Breaking the system or whatever
that's
it was.
Right. Or breaking the system. That's the finals are tomorrow for league.
Yeah, that's right. I was just saying. I was just hoping that the other captain is aware of that. Bearing in mind they were here last week and played in the playoffs.
I still haven't fixed the brackets so they display properly, but I'll get to that eventually.
Well, anyway, that's the final is tomorrow night at 6 p.m. GMT. That's 1 p.m. Eastern. Where's the cue ball going? He's okay.
Well, that was close.
Oh.
That would have hurt losing 48. That would have been a real bummer there.
Well, I'll tell you,
Albin's pain.
I'll tell you. Here's the bummer, Steve. Look at where the one ball is, and he's an 88, and he's on a pot. There's the bummer.
I guess he's shooting a bank shot, huh? Unless he can do some magic and subtract some numbers from the balls, he's going to have to shoot a bank shot. I mean, the bank is, you know, it's a doable bank. You want to hit this with right English because, you know, help yourself with the throw. You're going to back bank it. You definitely want to put a fair amount of right English on this to help it. He's just going to play safe.
Yeah. And that's
but see, the problem is he's just going to end up with the same shot because you think Albin's going to put him in a position where he can shoot at that one?
No.
Albin may just roll up on the 3 ball here. If I was Albin, I'd just roll up on the 3 ball, leaving the same shot, but right on top of the 3.
Yeah.
You know, why shoot? Because he doesn't have an easy carom, and he misses the carom, then he's going to leave a shot.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if he misses a carom and comes down the table with this cue ball, he's leaving.
Yeah, he's selling out. I would just roll up on the well, but the problem is that Cobra will have a carom option because the table will be open. So, pretty good try. Is he going to get lucky? No. Well, you know, I mean, I think Albin had to do that because Cobra would have had an open table and could have played the carom unless he could put it where it was going to be hard to play the carom. Of course, if he was on top of that 3 ball, I don't think there's that easy a carom. I mean,
he's staying below.
Yeah. So now the question is how many can Cobra run? And
well, the 3 balls.
Can he keep these balls together?
The 3 balls. Slightly better than where it was, nailed to the rail, but it's still very isolated up there.
He needs a real soft draw here to keep the 1 by the 3. I think he can do it. Yeah, he's bringing it back down table. It's just that's a scary shot. Well, that worked out pretty well. He's got a little gimme here from the 5 to the 1, or is he going to draw this and try to bring the 1 back?
Points are all square, 91 all. And that's a nice little shot.
That's a great shot. Just gather him up.
Now he's in business.
Now he can just milk them. The only problem is he's a little too straight on to get the easiest milking, but he's going to get a few out of this for sure. Yeah, he's got to play off the 1.
Well, he's going to isolate the 1 doing this. But I don't think.
Why is he playing off the 5? Shouldn't he be playing off the 1 here? Just a little dink with English and
well, I think
come back real gentle.
I think he's got to get a wee bit of drawing to this to get to that.
Yeah, he's a little draw and a little English, but he can hit it real easy if he uses a lot of English because he only needs it to come back a touch.
That's a clever shot.
That's what he's doing.
That's a clever shot.
Yeah,
sending it to into the short rail and catching the long rail and just coming back across.
Well, he's playing smart, and that may get him the win because Cobra is good at this milking. He's probably the best at milking balls of anybody I've watched play in this thing.
Now it's a wee bit tricky.
Yeah,
he's going to have to.
He's also at 95, so he's going to get at least a 96 here. And he's going to get this one for sure. Watch out. Whoa.
No, the 5's dead.
That was almost a disaster.
Well,
but, you know, that may be a good thing because he's got a pretty good size lead here.
Well, we're getting to a scenario we had in one of the earlier racks where one of the balls is dead in the pocket and Albinario was looking for, at some way of getting this ball into play. He's going to have to do something similar.
Well, he's got a pretty good carom from the 1 to the 3. You got to watch out banking the 1 ball in the corner. No, not even close to the corner. That's a good shot.
Well, this 5 ball might not matter the way Cobra's going.
Nope, he's got a real easy thin to 3 into the 1, or what's he going to do? I'd hit the 3 thin with left English. He looks like he's thinking about the draw shot, maybe trying to bring the 1 ball back down table.
No, he's going loads of right English.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he can get there from this, can he? No, I don't think he could. It was too much of an angle.
He had to hit it thin. He had to hit it thin with a
But
ton of English.
it's still a great little run.
Well, it's
last chance saloon, but no chance with the 5 ball where it's sitting, Albie.
Well, it's a big advantage here for Cobra because Albin's 6 points behind right now with the ball tied up.
You know what we haven't had tonight, and I might be tempted to saying this, we've had no pod links tonight.
No what?
Pod links, in the chat.
Oh, don't press your luck, Hugh. Don't say that. Next thing you know, there's going to be 20
Well,
of them.
the thing is what I do is after every stream, I go into the chat log thing, and I report every one of them, and I block every one of them that is in the stream, so, that's filtering them out.
Albie's looking to bring the 3 ball back to the 1, and he didn't hit it hard enough. But still not bad, because he can bring the 1 back to the 3 here.
Well,
which is what he's going to do.
This will be some out from Albinario if he gets this from here.
Well, he's in the milking process now.
No, he hasn't hit it, though. He hasn't hit it.
Now things are going to get tougher. Well, he's going to draw back. I would thin the 3.
He's got to watch this.
Control it. I don't like this shot.
Well, watch the 1 ball. Watch the 1.
Yeah, I didn't like that shot. I thought he should have thinned the 3 to the 1.
Oh dear.
That's brutal.
Well, he's had a few.
Cobra might as well take a chance with this because.
Yeah, Albie's had a few knocks, but they've all been self-inflicted.
I like playing off the 3 ball here.
He's got to go for it.
But what's he doing? Why is he putting that in?
He's trying to check it in behind.
Why didn't he go 2 rails? He could have easily played 2 rails.
So the things he's doing is unconventional, because you would use the rails as they are to run that cue ball around the angles to get there.
You just got some porn spam. See that? And it's from a Swede, which is no surprise.
Free kills, ops.com. Well, what do you do, Albie? What do you do? Well, the one thing you don't do is bring this 1 and 3 ball together. That's the one thing you can't do. You do that, you're out.
Yeah, well, he's got no points. He could play off the 1 ball and take a chance on the 3, because the worst thing that's going to happen is he's going to scratch. Which, well, if he did, I mean, the 1 ball is playable because it's on the spot, so scratching may not be great.
No.
Don't do something crazy.
Is he trying to rub the 5 into the hole and leave the cue ball there?
He's going to do the big draw.
That ain't getting there.
Ain't getting there.
That's it. Oh, what a shot. I didn't think that had any legs to get there.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
That was dying all the way up there, and it got there in the end.
He might be able to play off the 3 to the 1. You got to be careful because there's a pocket over there. Plus, there's potentially the 3 hitting a 1. You got to figure the line you're going to play that on if you're going to do it. He's looking at it. That's a tricky shot, 3 to the 1. Now he's thinking 1 ball, and that's kind of tough because of where the side pocket is in the way. Boy, he could go 2 or 3 rails off the 3 ball to the 1. He'd have to go up table. He's got that option.
He's not daring to think of a way to get this 5 ball in play.
No, he's not going to play on the 5 ball. I think he can play off this 3 to the 1. but it's tricky. There's a kiss on one shot. There's hitting a one ball on another. There's side pocket. This is a tricky shot. Got to avoid the kiss for starters, and then the 3 can't hit the 1.
Well, that could be a fatal shot.
Yeah, that was tough.
Cobra 3 points away from the 100 mark. He's certainly got a start. Now he wants to draw into the 1, but he wants to bump the 3 around these angles and get it back up towards the cue ball like that.
I don't think he can play off the 3 here, can he?
Yeah, he can get the draw, and this he's hoping the 3 ball comes back up. I guess he can get
back to it before the 3 ball gets there, because, well, is the 3 ball coming back at it? Yeah, it was. That was a little outside. That was a good shot. And he's got a pretty good look at a carom here.
That takes him to 99. Now, this 1 ball is just a feather edge, and he may well have a scratch the side.
You just don't know where this cue ball is going to end up, because it really depends a lot on how it hits the 3. You can control the 1. The cue ball is a little tougher to control.
He wants to hit that side of it. He's got a double kiss.
Good boy, it double kissed out. That's excellent.
Well, this for the title from 3-1 down. Remember.
Yeah, let's see. Which way is he going to play this? Is he going to thin it? I'd probably thin this into the corner. I think that's an easier shot than going on the other one. He may try to stun it back into the side. Little stun draw.
No, he's going into the corner. Going thin.
Yeah. I think this is the good way to play it. You can hit this too thin, but it's tough to.
And he's caught the jaw.
Yep.
So that's the first go at getting out. And Albinario is definitely dead and buried. I mean, he can push the 1 in towards the 5 and make sure he doesn't knock the 5 in, but he's got to keep the 1 safe. And,
I mean, but you're going to have some kind of multi-rail shot there. I mean, getting a 1 by the 5 is not, Cobra will just play some multi-rail shot.
Well, it's pretty much
hasta la vista, baby.
It's pretty much that, what Arnie says.
Let's see, what's he looking at doing here?
Well, I can't believe he's risking. I mean, he did it in the previous rack, didn't he? Or whatever previous rack it was. And that ain't going to get there. Again, he's not done anything to protect the 1 doing that. I think Albie said enough.
He can hope the 3 of the 5 goes in.
Well,
Albin can cut this past the 3 ball. He can cut this past the 3 ball, or a Cobra can. That's what he's going to do. He's just going to cut it past the 3 ball.
Man, and he missed it again.
I'd have to say that was a dog, because that wasn't a hard shot. Well,
well, don't forget the 1 ball's live on its spot. So Albie can't just.
No, he can't protect it.
Yeah, he can't just.
But this is an easy carom. I mean, he's got to play the 1-3 carom. He's looking at the 3. I think it's easier to stun over and stun off the 1. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's looking at. He's trying to figure out how he's going to come up with his next shot.
I know what I'd be doing. I'd be pushing the 1 ball into the corner where the 5 is for the time being, and letting Cobra deal with it, because Cobra might knock the 5 in, and that's.
Why? You got a chance to score a point right here.
Well, you've got a chance to score a point. The problem I say is that he can't. I don't think Albie can win this unless he gets a 5 into play.
And he missed that hit, so.
Well, top right-hand corner pocket is the call off the 1 ball. That's my call. Whether he's calling into the side.
He wants to go to the corner by the 3 ball. And the reason why he wants to do that is he doesn't want to leave the 1 ball in the kitchen. See, that's the wrong pocket because he's going to end up leaving
Well,
the one ball in the kitchen, which lets Albin play a scratch shot if he wants. If he goes the other way, then Albin couldn't play the scratch shot.
Well, there's that, but there's the chance of winning the tournament like that, and that's a great shot. Unlucky.
Oh, he titty hooked him on the one, though. He titty hooked him. He's got him titty hooked. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. What? He's just going to scratch. Yeah.
Well, you see now, that has now worked a treat for Albinario.
That helps Albin.
I mean, Cobra's got a chance to get out, but it's a slim chance.
That was a mistake playing the scratch there. He should have played in the other corner and got the one ball out of the kitchen. Because now he's allowed Albin to get the 5 ball out, which it means that Albin is now in a position where he could potentially catch up now.
Yeah, and look at the 1 and the 3 setup.
Because there was no way Albin was catching up.
Well, it's down to what I said. He had to get the 5 and play one way or another. However it happened, it doesn't matter. He had to protect the 1, take a risk on the 1, giving Cobra that chance of an outshot, having to kick out the kitchen. But his odds of getting it were slim. And now he's got a chance to still win this. It's slim, but he's got a chance. That's all you're asking for. You're just wanting a chance to stay alive. Well, good luck to him.
Of all the things that have happened now, my mouse has just gone dead.
Well, that was that honey, wasn't it? Welcome to Hog. And that's not where you want to leave the 1 ball, I'll tell you that right now. And this is tough. Now, again, there's a big risk to take here. He could scratch and sacrifice the point and force Cobra into trying to get out again where the 1 ball is, and that's not easy. But there is no way that he can leave that 1 ball there, and it's difficult to get the carom. He's in last chance saloon, backed into a corner, hanging on by his fingertips. He's every cliche you want to use, but his chances are slim unless he does something whereby he protects that 1 ball. And the one way of doing it is to just scratch and sacrifice the point and try and bide his time. Because his next move here can be the fatal move. I mean, if he was really crazy like me, I would have already played the 3-railer by loads of left spin in the cue ball, bumping the 5, hoping I missed the 5, going around the angles and coming down to hit that 3. That's the shot I'd be playing. Whether I'd be playing it at this stage in any final is another story. And that's game, set, and match. And Albinario should have scratched and sacrificed the point. So it's congratulations to Cobra from 3-1 down. And after 5 hours and 5.5 hours, it started at 6:30. And we've just gone past midnight. And Cobra has been gifted the outshot by Albinario.
Well,
did you get back in time to see that? I mean, I said there, Steve, that Albi had 1 point in the board with that carom that he got. He had no great way of keeping the 1 safe. He should have just sent the cue ball into the hole and put himself in 1 foul and given Cobra the chance to try and get a scratch, which was not easy again. He didn't do it.
Well, that's a big win for Cobra, and congratulations, Cobra. And he's got a chance to go into this 10-ball or 9-ball tournament and get 2 in a row now.
Yeah, Cobra's just said it. Thought the scratch was a shot then for you. Yeah, and that's what he should have done. He should have just hold the cue ball and that way would have still possibly, more than likely, still been alive in the match. But I think it's still, even though it wasn't pretty for the most part, I think Cobra still did well. I mean, we wouldn't have given him a snowballs and hell chance at 3-1 down.
Well, to
But
come back from 3-1, that's a tremendous comeback.
it's a great achievement, considering as well that he had the pain of that hot seat match where he was 2-0 up and had Albie on the rack and almost won the match there and then 3-0, and then to see that been taken from him. So he's done well to battle for the length of time, 5.5 hours for all those racks. And it's another championship for Cobra. It's another championship for a European player. Dare I say that, Larry, if you're still there?
It's time for Cobra to get a gin and tonic.
Yeah, and it's time for me to go to bed. So tomorrow night we've got the final of
brain fell out. You're right.
Final of the league playoff. I'll hopefully be there for that. I should be, and of course the sign-ups are open for the virtual 9-ball World Championship. February the 9th it starts. Get yourself in quick and don't tell Stubb, and hopefully he won't sign up.
Yeah, everybody enter before Stubb take all the spots.
Right, so with that, I'm going to thank Steve for his company. Thanks for your patience, guys, and thanks for those that stayed the distance. Well done to Cobra. Well done to Albinario, but I think Albinario was dead and buried 3 hours ago because his brain was gone by then.
Yeah, it was tough.
He doesn't have the stamina to go the distance now. We found a weakness in Albinario, making sure the match is at least 5 hours and he's got no chance in the end. But it was, I mean, I've lasted the distance. I'm actually ready to go. I might as well go to work. So I'm going to bid you all good night, and we'll be back for some of the matches in the 9-ball World Championship. So take care and see you all later. Good night, Steve.
Good night, Hugh.
Put 'em up, put 'em up! Put 'em up!
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.